Inside a rest lounge on the 5th floor area B in Unit 1 of the research facility. Blood trickled from the forehead of a young researcher clad in a white lab coat. His lips and face were both equally pale. Large globs of clear fluid, either tears or sweat, kept falling to the ground. At his side, a sharp cold blade was pressed against his neck and made him break out in goosebumps. The person wielding the knife had a malicious look. The skin that he exposed was a strange red as though it had been scalded with hot water, and he was breathing heavily. The person with the knife was the target being pursued by the Whale Island Guard. The one being threatened was a young researcher and also a student of Professor Nick. His academic results this year had been outstanding and he had received an opportunity to remain on the island. Although he was only able to do some odd jobs and cheer on the project leaders given his current status, this was already more than enough for him to boast about. Today, just like any other day, he had completed the work assigned to him and came over to rest for a bit. He had just stepped in when he received the notice from Unit Manager Nick informing everyone to stay within their rooms as best as possible, cooperate with the search and report if there were any abnormal happenings. An island guard had come over 10 minutes ago to ask questions, and the researcher had said that everything was normal and that he hadn't spotted any suspicious characters. The island guard also advised him to lock up the room, and he did as was told. This young researcher had locked up the door after the guard left, but when he had turned around, he had discovered someone coming out from the fridge. The young researcher felt that his luck today was really horrendous. His experiments hadn't gone smoothly and he had run into this sort of situation. He had tried to resist, but his body wasn't well trained since he spent most of his time in the lab. Just when he had found the courage to make a move, he had been hit. His head was still hurting. However, fear made him neglect the pain. He didn't even know how much blood he had lost. The young researcher had thought that he was going to lose his life, but as the minutes passed, it seemed like the infiltrator didn't have any intention of killing him right away. The infiltrator also didn't seem like he wanted to flee. Neither did it appear like he wanted to extract any classified information about the research projects. Instead, his bloodshot eyes were permanently fixated on the door. After the initial wave of terror passed, the young researcher regained some sense of rationality. He didn't dare look directly at the infiltrator and peeked at the knife from the corner of his eyes. His pupils shrank when he saw the bloodied blotches on the infiltrator's arm. He then caught a glimpse of a sealed vial in the infiltrator's other arm, and his tears flowed once more. He was familiar with this sort of sealed vial. As a researcher in the field of toxicology, he saw these sorts of sealed vials every day. They were used for the storage of toxins and pathogens. However, the vial in the infiltrator's hands was already opened. That meant to say that this rest lounge was already contaminated. The time is almost upon. The knife-wielding infiltrator panted heavily as though he was in a lot of pain. As he said that, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. The young researcher trembled violently as he watched the blood land on his body. The infiltrator gave a maniacal smile but didn't say anything else. He stuffed a cleaning rag into the young researcher's mouth and struck his head again, causing the clotted wound on his head to start bleeding once more. Outside the rest lounge, Fang Zhao had tracked up to this spot before stopping. He raised his hand and signaled the guards that were heading over to move back. Zhao Chao and the Whale Island Guard captain were watching the surveillance display with furrowed brows. They were very bewildered. What does he mean by that? The Whale Island Guard captain asked. Maybe he heard something. Zhao Chao had just said this when he received word from Fang Zhao and his expression changed abruptly. The Whale Island Guard captain had also broke out into cold sweat and contacted his men that were following after Fang Zhao to keep their distance and await instructions. At the same time, he quickly dispatched a hazmat squadron over. They won't make it in time. Unit Manager Nick activated that floor's isolation and quarantine procedures. At the next moment, the door to the rest lounge before Fang Zhao was opened. The young researcher was already in a slight daze and couldn't see clearly exactly what was going on. He knew that he was being held hostage at knife point and that the door to the rest lounge had been thrown open. In his heart, he was very worried. He knew about the consequences of the pathogens vaporizing. He wanted to shout and tell everyone what had happened to get unit manager Nick to activate the quarantine procedures, but he was unable to. He could only see a vague figure in front of him, then. Bang! The young researcher felt the vice-like grip on his back loosen. Behind him, the target of the inspection team and Whale Island guard was dead with his eyes wide open. There was a bullet wound through his head. Inside the facility's control room, the two captains had just decided to deploy snipers when they saw Fang Zhao raise his gun through the display screen. A voice sounded through Zhao Chao's earpiece. Reporting in, Captain. Target has been shot dead. Zhao Chao. Whale Island Guard Captain. The inspection team that Zhao Chao led generally only assisted in apprehending suspects. Most of the time, the Whale Island Guard would take action first whenever there was a situation. Very rarely were there circumstances where other parties acted even quicker than the Whale Island Guard. And in the situation that had just occurred, taking action required immense courage and precise judgment. Old-timers in the Island Guard might have known to shoot the target dead right away if there was an opportunity. However, those from the inspection team were slightly milder. Even if they had good aim, they might have hesitated to shoot because of the researcher in the front or might have considered leaving the target alive in order to follow up with interrogation. Once the opportunity was missed, the damage would have been even greater. The squad leader of the Island Guard stood a short distance away and had witnessed the scene of Fang Zhao shooting so decisively. He thought to himself, mild. But no matter what everyone was thinking, the target had already been shot dead. The spread of pathogens was confined to a small area, and everyone in that area was taken to be quarantined. Unit Manager Nick got a hold of the details of this type of pathogen. It is a synthetic virus created by some people trying to court disaster. It is half-finished and can't be considered a completed product. It is spread by airborne transmission and has limitations to its invasiveness of a body. However, if it is troublesome when it does successfully invade the body. The period it takes for symptoms to show depends on different constitutions. The shortest is a few minutes and longest is 29 days. It is very difficult to measure its incubation period, and I'm afraid you have to remain here in quarantine for a month. That means that even when the Whale Island Conference concludes, you still can't return back to celebrate the festivities. Welcome to the Memorial Day Stay Behind team. Memorial Day was the most important holiday every year. The working class all had a rare long holiday. It was also the best time of the year for families to have a reunion. Shortly before coming to Whale Island region, Fang Zhao had told great-grandfather Fang that he would be returning back to Yenzhou for Memorial Day. Under the current circumstances, he really had no way of returning. He would need to explain to his great-grandfather. However, now wasn't the time to think of all that. Is it treatable if I get infected? What is the mortality rate? Fang Zhao asked. It can be treated. The mortality rate of contracting this virus isn't considered high. It's only 17%, Unit Manager Nick said. Zhao Chao had been standing silently at the side listening. When he heard this, his heart skipped a beat. A mortality rate of 17% was already very high. Only people like Nick who spent all their time handling mortal viruses and diseases would find this figure low. As the inspection team captain, Zhao Chao felt guilty watching Fang Zhao be put in quarantine. Fang Zhao wasn't even 30 yet and he was only working here temporarily. If it hadn't been a critical situation, he also wouldn't have let Fang Zhao take the lead and rush forward. This time, the others were still alright. Because of Fang Zhao's notification, that guard squadron hadn't gotten too close. After the target was shot dead, the quarantine had been quick, and the chances of them being infected were very low. The only ones possibly at risk were Fang Zhao and that unlucky researcher. How is the condition of that researcher? Fang Zhao asked. There aren't any big problems. Although he suffered some injuries, he had fortunately been administered 2 types of antidotes yesterday according to laboratory procedures. Those 2 antidotes have a preventive effect towards this sort of virus. The effect lasts for 24 hours, so it hasn't expired yet. However, he still has to be isolated and quarantined for a month, even if he recovers. The 2 of you and that island guard squad on that floor will all be joining the Memorial Day stay-behind team, Unit Manager Nick said. The guilt in Zhao Chao's heart grew. By saying this, did Nick mean that Fang Zhao was the only one at risk? He had been doing very well in the art circles and had been drafted over for an assignment. Now he was under quarantine. Quarantine was still alright though. As long as he wasn't infected, 1 month would pass really quickly. But if he was infected? Zhao Chao wanted to console Fang Zhao. Just as he was about to say something, he heard Fang Zhao ask, that person who was shot shouldn't have been in possession of the pathogen for too long. Now, it appears that he only opened the sealed vial after he entered the rest lounge. Where did the pathogen come from? Unit Manager Nick nodded his head. Our findings have determined that only that area was contaminated. Therefore, he indeed opened the sealed vial after entering the rest lounge. This sort of sealed vial requires some time to be opened. We still do not know where the pathogen is from, but that is a job for the Investigation Bureau. As for why he showed symptoms so quickly, it's because he received some medical stimulants beforehand. His nerves and muscles were overly stimulated, so his cells and organs functioned exceptionally quickly. Something is wrong, Fang Zhao said. It still hasn't ended. Before Zhao Chao and Nick could ask, the 2 of them received calls at the same time. The Whale Island Guard captain also had a bad premonition when he questioned the injured researcher on some details. He had gotten the other 2 research facility units to do some self-checks. Afterwards, he received a reply that Unit 3 of the research facility had lost a vial of a super pathogen. Unit 3's unit manager had been negligent, and someone had found a loophole. He would definitely be reprimanded, but now wasn't the time to investigate who was responsible for the lapse. Zhao Chao immediately contacted his team's personnel and gave instructions for the dogs that were adept in this area to be brought over. Unit Manager Nick didn't look too happy, but he hadn't blown his top yet. The one missing is also a type of synthetic virus, but it belongs to a super pathogen grade. If this pathogen is released, all vertebrates on Whale Island region will suffer a calamity. However, pathogens of this grade are sealed in vials with many layers of security. The material of the vial is special, and forcibly trying to open it requires quite some time. With the current search intensity on the island region, the person who stole the pathogen simply wouldn't have had the time to open it. However, if he escapes, the consequences will be unthinkable. Fortunately, this was discovered in time. Whale Island's various entry points have already been sealed. Zhao Chao looked towards Fang Zhao. We will need to borrow your curly hair for a bit. Quite a number of inspection dogs only listened to the commands of their respective trainers. Curly Hair was just a dog that didn't have a professional background. He was smart but lacked critical thinking and didn't have a sense of responsibility. He only listened to Fang Zhao. Zhao Chao could only bring Curly Hair before Fang Zhao. Curly Hair wanted to rush over when he saw Fang Zhao. He still pawed at the safety glass after knocking into it but was stopped by Fang Zhao. Curly Hair, bring Captain Zhao Chao to search for people. Find the lost vial of pathogens. Don't let the thief leave Whale Island. Curly Hair crouched at the other side of the glass whimpering. He was unwilling. Fang Zhao squatted down and gazed at Curly Hair, separated by the glass. I can't go out now. Let Captain Zhao Chao bring you along for a mission. After the mission is complete, we can go back. I'll let you play some new games. Because there were other people present, Fang Zhao didn't dare make his message too clear. However, Curly Hair understood what Fang Zhao meant. His 2 ears pricked up and he wagged his tail. He walked over to Zhao Chao while gazing at Fang Zhao. Zhao Chao replayed what Fang Zhao had just said and analyzed it. First, find the lost vial of pathogen. Second, don't let the person who stole the pathogen leave the island. Nothing was left out. Everything should be fine. After Zhao Chao brought curly hair away, Fang Zhao sat down in his quarantine room to quietly think about the matter. There were other quarantine rooms not too far away housing the island guards, who were also kept in quarantine. However, compared to Fang Zhao's calm, the atmosphere there was much more agitated. How could they sit still knowing that there were still dangerous extremists hiding on the island with a stolen supergrade pathogen? They frequently handled these sorts of matters and knew all too well the consequences of those pathogens being released. But no matter how anxious they were, all they could do was sit still in the quarantine rooms and worry. Slurp slurp slurp. Unit Manager Nick carried a bowl of instant noodles over and sat in front of the quarantine rooms watching them. Unit Manager Nick, you are still in the mood for instant noodles? An island guard stared at Nick as though he was a mysterious new species. You are actually eating in your own laboratory? Another island guard had a face full of disbelief. He still remembered this unit manager talking about the importance of cleanliness when their small squad had entered. Damn cleanliness. If it were the previous unit manager, there wouldn't have been any incident of eating instant noodles inside. Other than the rest lounge, snacks and other small foodstuffs had been absolutely prohibited, let alone such a demonic item like instant noodles. This was simply a pollutant. The current unit manager was no good. Nick didn't react the slightest to all the flabbergasted looks and slurped another mouthful before speaking unhurriedly. This isn't a laboratory. This is a quarantine floor. The area outside the quarantine rooms are free activity zones. The circulatory system here is highly efficient and will purify and disinfect the air. Slurp slurp slurp. Want some instant noodles? This taste is fascinating, the unit manager asked the people in the quarantine rooms. Island guards in quarantine. How can we be in the mood to eat instant noodles at this time? Such comical actions at this time just make us more anxious. Stay calm, Nick said. Who can stay calm in this sort of situation? An island guard retorted. Nick inclined his head to the side. The island guards turned over to where Nick was looking at and saw Fang Zhao seated on the chair, cool as a cucumber. Island guards. They didn't believe that Fang Zhao was calm deep inside. They were more inclined to believe that the blow Fang Zhao had received was too great. After all, among those in quarantine, the one in most danger with the highest possibility of being infected was Fang Zhao. However, no matter what, Fang Zhao had also saved all of them. If they didn't know how to console him, it was best to maintain their silence. Unit Manager didn't have the slightest intention of being silent. He held up the bowl of instant noodles and continued to entice them. What you need now is food. Food can replenish your energy and is also a good remedy for anxiety. Aren't you worried at all? A young island guard couldn't help ask. Nick shook his head, worried, yes, but it isn't of any use. All I need is to do my job well. The rest will be left to the professionals. You all must trust your comrades. They aren't useless. Under the current circumstances, even if they aren't able to capture the perpetrator in the short term, they won't allow the person to escape either. But what if? Yet another island guard asked. He tended to always think of the worst-case scenarios. Unit Manager Nick said extremely confidently, given the island's armed forces, there is no what if. Unless people can suddenly vanish. Elsewhere, the mobilized personnel had already set off from Unit 3 of the research facility. The inspection team had brought over 7 dogs to assist in the search, including the 2 ace dogs, Kay and Thornhead. Curly Hair was alone at the front. Now, it wasn't Zhao Chao leading, but rather, Curly Hair was dragging Zhao Chao along. Sometimes he would even turn his head back and give a few urging barks when he felt that Zhao Chao was running too slowly. The island guards following behind had slightly skeptical attitudes. There is sufficient momentum and its speed is quick enough. But is that dog really in pursuit? Or is it blindly running? It's probably running while following the scent. Look, those dogs behind are also following the same route. It coincides with the clues surveillance provided us with. It should be correct. Not every area had surveillance footage. Furthermore, someone had tampered with the surveillance footage. Some portions had 5 to 10 second pauses. This was the overall situation, and relevant personnel had gone to handle it. Now, Zhao Chao and the inspection team's mission was to quickly find the sealed vial that was lost. As Curly Hair was running, he suddenly stopped and put his nose to the ground. "Why have you stopped?" The Whale Island guard captain who was following closely behind asked Zhao Chao. Zhao Chao shook his head quietly and kept his eyes on Curly Hair. Curly Hair sniffed the ground before looking up and twitching his nose. Woof woof woof. Zhao Chao and the Whale Island guard captain exchanged glances. They then called for a ladder to remove the ceiling boards. "It's here." The Whale Island guard captain was delighted. Wearing gloves, he placed the sealing board on the ground and gently took hold of the sealed vial before studying it carefully. He confirmed that this was the vial that was lost and that it hadn't suffered any damage. He got his men to bring the storage container and sealed the vial inside. How devious. Knowing that he was being pursued by many and couldn't bring the item out, he chose to hide it above. It would have bypassed the search of most inspection dogs. The island guard captain chuckled. The lost supergrade pathogen had been the priority of the search. It was fine if the perpetrator wasn't found, but the pathogen had to be retrieved. Now, everyone could collectively heave a sigh of relief. The dogs had followed the scent to track the perpetrator. Other than a few innately talented dogs, most would have missed this spot in the pursuit. This dog isn't too bad. Very impressive. The Whale Island guard captain gazed at Curly Hair as though he was some sort of treasure. Zhao Chao appeared pleased, but it quickly turned into worry. This time, we really have Fang Zhao to thank. If not for him tracking that suspect, we wouldn't have been able to find the lost item so quickly. Every minute that passes is an added variable. Now, the dog that retrieved the pathogen also belongs to Fang Zhao. The Whale Island guard captain nodded in approval. We really have to log this as a big merit. I'm just saying, if Fang Zhao really gets infected and can't make it. SSH. Zhao Chao hurriedly made a gesture to keep silent while his gaze was on the dog beside his feet. Curly Hair was originally crouching at the side. His 2 ears stood up when he heard what the Whale Island captain said and glanced at the two captains. He whimpered, then stood up, wanting to run back in the direction they came from. Zhao Chao dragged the leash. Stop. Curly Hair. The Whale Island guard captain also helped hold the leash back. Hey, what is it trying to do? What else? It wants to return. Don't think that dogs can't understand human speech. You said that his master might get infected and die. Of course he would surely want to run back. Zhao Chao exclaimed. Being in contact with many intelligent dogs, Zhao Chao knew that some smarter dogs that were trained from a young age or animals that frequently interacted with humans could understand human speech. They might not be able to fully comprehend, but they could at least understand some. The two ace dogs, Thornhead and Kay, belonged to the group that could understand quite a bit. Previously, he had seen Fang Zhao speak to Curly Hair. He had never expected Curly Hair to fully understand. Fang Zhao had said a lot and Curly Hair surely wouldn't remember everything. At most, he thought that Curly Hair would only remember the important words. But now it seemed like Curly Hair could really understand a lot. Besides understanding quite a lot, Zhao Chao hadn't expected Curly Hair to have so much strength. He hadn't been able to hold Curly Hair back alone. Curly Hair. Stop. This is an order. Don't forget the mission that Fang Zhao gave you hasn't been completed. Sensing less force on the leash, Zhao Chao put in more strength. The orders Fang Zhao gave you are to find the pathogen and find the perpetrator. We have only found the pathogen currently. We still haven't apprehended the perpetrator. Curly Hair stopped and looked at Zhao Chao. Zhao Chao didn't avoid Curly Hair's gaze. He answered solemnly with a sincere expression, Curly Hair, Fang Zhao is still very safe. He hasn't been infected yet. We have to continue with the mission. Come, let us catch the person who stole the pathogen. Zhao Chao pointed ahead as he spoke. The one who stole the pathogen had run in this direction. They had stopped over here because of the discovery of the sealed pathogen, whereas the others had continued on with the pursuit. Curly Hair's ears drooped and he trudged over to Zhao Chao's side. His little eyes were pitiful, and Zhao Chao's heart softened when he saw it. Sighing, Zhao Chao stooped down and planned to pet him tenderly. But before Zhao Chao's hand reached his head, Curly Hair suddenly bit out. He didn't bite Zhao Chao though. Instead, he pulled the leash out of Zhao Chao's hand. After that, he started running forward. This time, he didn't run back and instead started to pursue the trail. The Whale Island guard captain standing beside him was stunned. Zhao Chao cursed silently and stood up to whack the Whale Island guard captain's shoulder. What are you looking at? Hurry up and chase. Curly Hair, who had forcibly seized back his leash, was simply like a wild dog. The two captains exerted all their efforts to chase but only discovered that the gap was continuously widening. Very quickly, Curly Hair surpassed the teams ahead that were in pursuit. Personnel from the island guard and inspection team only felt a gust of wind. They glimpsed a figure passing by in a flash and couldn't stop it. Was that a professional racing dog? An island guard asked. No, that was a former shepherd dog, current interim inspection dog and full-time pet dog, an inspection team member explained. In a certain basement. A figure was traveling quickly like an agile monkey avoiding obstacles. A voice continuously spoke through the micro-receiver in his ear, feeding him instructions on where to flee and how long he had for each path. Suddenly, the receiver in his ear made sputtering noises as if there was interference. The sounds of static became even more obvious and the words transmitted through the receiver were no longer clear. The change had been sudden and it was intensifying rapidly. He only felt a buzzing in his ear which seemed like it had intensified tenfold, then 100-fold. Time seemed to slow down, and his perception and senses felt sluggish. Behind him, there was something rapidly closing in. His mind was blank. His vision turned dark abruptly. Zhao Chao's face turned pale when he and the others caught up to this spot and saw Curly Hair lying on the ground. Fortunately, Curly Hair was still breathing and his heart rate was normal. Curly Hair woke up very quickly and he looked around puzzled. The other dogs were also circling on the spot. The scent disappeared here, an inspection team member said. No one was satisfied with this outcome. To actually be able to vanish from this many layers of encirclement. Investigate thoroughly. Why did this whole area of surveillance suffer a 10-second malfunction just now? Why were all communications suddenly cut? Did the perpetrator use some sort of secret weapon? Or perhaps something unknown to the world? Everyone was livid. With the pursuit being fruitless, Zhao Chao could only get his team to return. They hadn't been able to apprehend the perpetrator, but fortunately, the pathogen had been found. What exactly happened just now? How can a fully grown human just suddenly vanish? Zhao Chao just couldn't understand. Perhaps it knows. The Whale Island guard captain pointed at Curly Hair at the side. As if knowing that he was being talked about, Curly Hair raised his head and glanced at the Whale Island guard captain. Facing those limpid innocent eyes, the island guard captain shook his head. Never mind. It's useless to ask it anyway. Curly Hair drooped his head and continued walking, this time obediently following the team. He released a belch as they walked and stuck his tongue out to lick his snout. Seeing that Curly Hair had already run off once, Zhao Chao was particularly mindful of Curly Hair this time. Zhao Chao mentally associated Curly Hair belching with the scene of Curly Hair lying on the ground and said in worry, did it eat something previously? Could it be possible that someone tried to poison him? He suspected that Curly Hair had eaten some drugged bait that someone threw to the ground and fainted. After observing Curly Hair's mental state and running posture, a trainer in the team shook his head and said, nothing seems out of the ordinary. However, it's still best to have a proper checkup when we get back. Inside a certain building that was arranged to serve as accommodation and office for Interplanetary Fund personnel. In one of the buildings, Little Bear had been watching the news out of boredom. He had already finished the Founding Era series as well as concerts, movies and other shows he wanted to watch. Also, internet access within Whale Island region wasn't freely accessible. Because Little Bear was special, his movements were restricted. Other than watching the news every day, the only other thing he could do was play with his pet, Little Riches. While playing, this superintelligence and his so-called retarded pet paused uniformly. Little Bear's hand trembled as tried to meticulously analyze this strange sound he was hearing. As for Little Riches, it had once again turned into a ball and deactivated itself. After 10 seconds, Little Bear didn't check on Little Riches in its defensive state. Instead, he scuttled over and knocked on the adjacent room's door. Chui Hua. This place is too dangerous. I think we should leave. Comprehensive Research Facility Unit 1 Quarantine Room. Others didn't really react, but Fang Zhao, who had been deep in thought, had heard it. It was a strange sound, yet it felt strangely familiar. Fang Zhao had also observed the other people but couldn't see any changes in their expressions. Unit Manager Nick also didn't receive any urgent calls either, so Fang Zhao decided to observe first and see if there were any changes. A short while later, Unit Manager Nick received a call from Zhao Chao, and his facial expression was somewhat strange. The pathogen has been found, but the person who stole it wasn't caught. It was like he suddenly disappeared. Suddenly disappeared. The island guards in isolation were also shocked by this news. Just as Unit Manager Nick had said, with the island's armed forces and layers of encirclement, even if they weren't able to catch the perpetrator, at the very least he shouldn't have been able to escape without any trace. The island guards were all full of doubt, but Nick didn't intend to explain too much. He wasn't too interested in all this. Everything was fine as long as the pathogen was secured. As for the rest, he would let the investigation bureau mull over it. Oh right, Fang Zhao. Nick turned back towards Fang Zhao and said with a chuckle, Captain Zhao said that Curly Hair has rendered meritorious service again. Fang Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Right now, he was more surprised than delighted. However, he didn't show how he was feeling like deep down. When Zhao Chao brought Curly Hair over, Curly Hair ran over to Fang Zhao, who was wagging his tail. He couldn't enter the quarantine room, so he crouched in front of the safety glass separating Fang Zhao and grunted vigorously. Fang Zhao didn't notice any clear injuries on Curly Hair and he seemed to be in high spirits, so Fang Zhao turned towards Zhao Chao. Zhao Chao was panting. Fang Zhao, this dog is rather strong. I had intended to let the vet do a detailed checkup, but Curly Hair wasn't cooperating and kept wanting to run over here. I wasn't the one pulling him. Rather, he was dragging me. After briefly talking about Curly Hair's service rendered, Zhao Chao also mentioned about Curly Hair lying down there for an unknown reason. Zhao Chao was speaking to Fang Zhao from the interview booth at the side of Fang Zhao's quarantine room. Privacy mode had also been enabled so no sound would escape. The transparent safety glass had become like reflectors, shielding them from the curious gazes of the island guards not too far off. Are the ones behind this from tomorrow's empire? Fang Zhao asked. Zhao Chao's gaze suddenly became penetrating. You have come across them before. Back during my military service on planet Baiji, Fang Zhao said. Zhao Chao remembered looking through Fang Zhao's file previously. He coughed lightly and his gaze became milder. Back then, during his military service on planet Baiji, Fang Zhao had experienced a terrorist attack. The ones responsible were tomorrow's empire. Fang Zhao had also killed a number of extremists and rendered meritorious service. It's them, Zhao Chao replied. Fang Zhao's brows furrowed and a flicker of fury flashed across his eyes. Those ******************** again. Seeing Fang Zhao in silence, Zhao Chao said somewhat ruefully, Fang Zhao, don't think too much about it. Once the assignment concludes, this matter won't be your concern. We will be the ones handling it. You just have to be at ease and shine in the artistic circles. Of course, in special times, you and your dog will be drafted. You have to be prepared and keep up with training so you don't fall behind. Zhao Chao worried that Fang Zhao would overthink. He already had the threat of infection to worry about. Now there was a terrorist organization on top of it. As someone in his 20s, he shouldn't have to bear too much pressure. Zhao Chao also didn't mention anything about infection to not let Fang Zhao fret. Seeing Zhao Chao this way, Fang Zhao no longer continued to press the subject. He asked about Curly Hair's condition and actions in this operation with the focus on when Curly Hair had fainted. Zhao Chao also didn't know too much. Curly Hair was already lying on the ground when he rushed over. He told Fang Zhao all that he knew. What can we do now? How are we going to get Curly Hair to cooperate with the checkup? I'm just worried someone might have fed him poison. It might be too late to save him if we don't check him. Zhao Chao was worried but still defended Curly Hair. Back then, he heard me and the island guard captain talking. He probably knew that you were exposed to the pathogen and might be in danger, so he had acted a little too urgently. Fortunately, the pathogen was retrieved and nothing bad happened, so you don't have to blame him. Zhao Chao couldn't protect Curly Hair, who he viewed as a little treasure, but he hoped that Fang Zhao wouldn't reprimand him too excessively. I got it. Fang Zhao nodded before continuing, Captain, can I speak to him in private? Sure. Zhao Chao went out of the interview booth and ran into the Whale Island Guard, who had finished reporting to their superiors. The captain had come to see how his quarantined subordinates were doing. Seeing Zhao Chao coming out, the Whale Island Guard captain called him over. How are things with Fang Zhao? Still all right. No symptoms of infection. He is even lecturing his dog right now, Zhao Chao said. The Whale Island Guard captain lowered his voice. That Fang Zhao, when he killed the target at that time, that technique wasn't something a newcomer could do. Zhao Chao chuckled when he heard this. You don't have to worry about that. There are no issues with his background. It was checked thoroughly long ago. Do you remember the terrorist incident on planet Baiji during the period where they discovered the new ore? That was the period when Fang Zhao was doing his military service. The Whale Island Guard captain seemed to have some recollection of that incident. Right, I remember that. So the matter of Fang Zhao rendering meritorious services during the terrorist attack are true? It wasn't something the top brass exaggerated to set him as a role model. I previously thought that it was exaggerated, but this incident proves that this fellow is really impressive. SSS, the Whale Island Guard captain sucked in a deep breath. If he wasn't trained from a young age, then he is just a gifted natural at this. When he safely gets through this quarantine period, will he be released to go back and dabble in those artistic circles? What else can I do? He isn't willing to stay on. And his dog. I really want him, but even Y Base's commanding officer isn't willing to make a move. What else can I do? Zhao Chao sounded a little gloomy. Over at the quarantine rooms. Through the safety glass, Fang Zhao watched Curly Hair pacing around in the interview booth. There isn't any monitoring equipment here. Come here, open your mouth and let me see, Fang Zhao said. Curly Hair wagged his tail and pressed his widened jaw against the safety glass to let Fang Zhao clearly take a look at his teeth. Fang Zhao scanned it carefully and didn't see any suspicious remains. Curly Hair whimpered, making himself sound rather pitiful. Fang Zhao told him, "I am only being kept in quarantine here. My life isn't in danger, so don't worry. When the conference is over, Nan Feng and the others will come fetch you." Curly Hair retreated back a step and whimpered, clearly not delighted. Fang Zhao couldn't be bothered with his moodiness for the time being and continued to ask, "You fainted previously?" "Woof woof." Curly Hair wagged his tail vigorously and appeared very proud of himself. Fang Zhao raised an eyebrow. "An act?" Curly Hair puffed his chest out and wagged his tail vigorously. "Where is the person?" Fang Zhao asked. Curly Hair opened his mouth wide. "Fang Zhao. It can't be what I'm thinking, can it?" Fang Zhao took a deep breath and remained silent. Seeing no reaction from Fang Zhao, Curly Hair thought that Fang Zhao didn't understand and opened his jaw even wider and pressed closer to the safety glass. "All right, close your mouth." Fang Zhao rubbed his face and then asked, "How did you manage to eat him?" A fully grown human had vanished without a trace. It didn't seem possible based on Curly Hair's size. Curly Hair tilted his head and wore a puzzled expression. This time, he really was puzzled. It wasn't an act. From Curly Hair's expression, he probably only knew that he had eaten the perpetrator. After all, the order he had received was to not let the perpetrator off of Whale Island. Consuming him was one such method. Curly Hair still thought that he had rendered considerable service and ran back over to Fang Zhao to take credit. As for how he had eaten up that person, Curly Hair had no idea and recollection of how he had done it. Fang Zhao sucked in another deep breath once more. "What exactly am I raising?" The reaction from Fang Zhao caused Curly Hair's proudly enthusiastic spirits to wilt. He crouched down and watched Fang Zhao carefully, feeling a little uneasy. Fang Zhao continued to watch this dog in silence through the safety glass. This dog couldn't differentiate things clearly. Or, it should be said that the way he viewed things differed from humans. In his eyes, strangers were no different from the ground rats at farms. This dog had many unknown abilities. He was very smart and was still maturing. His intellect was increasing by the day, and he even knew how to pretend to avoid suspicion this time. From the details Zhao Chao had given, Fang Zhao could roughly guess how things had unfolded. Curly Hair had heard the conversation between the two captains and had thought that Fang Zhao's life was in danger. He had wanted to rush back but was stopped by Zhao Chao. Therefore, Curly Hair had forcibly snatched away the leash and had chased after the perpetrator on his own in a bid to complete the mission and return back. When Fang Zhao had joined the inspection team, he had brought Curly Hair along with him to attend some training classes. The instructor had told Fang Zhao that on Whale Island, the moment any situation involving extremists were discovered, island inspection team, island guards, and other authorities could immediately kill them dead. Personnel equipped with guns would have the authority to handle urgent matters as they saw fit. Not cooperating with security checks at the island's entry points alone could already warrant shooting, much less an incident involving pathogens and a terrorist organization. There would always be some trouble during every Whale Island conference. Many people who came to participate in the conference didn't know about the billows surging beneath the picture of calm and tranquility. The price of peace and stability didn't come cheap. Although most wouldn't begrudge the deaths of those extremists, this was a totally different thing. Eating a human was no small matter. It no longer was the period of destruction. The new era had its own set of rules. Fang Zhao was now clearly aware of one point: this dog Curly Hair was capable of doing anything when he got excited. It wasn't too convenient for Fang Zhao to say or ask too much while still in quarantine. Zhao Chao also wouldn't give him too much time to speak with Curly Hair. Fang Zhao knocked on the safety glass and spoke to Curly Hair in a serious tone. "From now on, You aren't allowed to eat anything other than dog food and water. Until my quarantine ends. Fang Zhao talked to Curly Hair for a little more before Zhao Chao came back over. Have you spoken to him? Zhao Chao asked. The veterinarian was sending reminders. He says that we mustn't neglect even the slightest details that could threaten the life of an inspection dog. Fang Zhao quashed all sorts of misgivings he had deep down and said, Captain, can you get the vet to come over here and do the checkup? Curly Hair was too special. Fang Zhao had to watch him to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Fang Zhao was also worried that the checkup would discover some hard-to-explain results. It would be better if he was present. Before getting a reply from Zhao Chao, Fang Zhao asked another question. Will his blood be drawn too? Yes. Zhao Chao nodded. Fang Zhao said, he is afraid of needles. Curly Hair gazed at Fang Zhao with those innocent eyes of his. Fang Zhao's expression didn't change. Zhao Chao chuckled. No wonder you are always beside him whenever blood needs to be drawn. I understand. Many dogs are like that. They require that their owners be at their side to cooperate. Otherwise, they will throw a fuss. Ignoring Curly Hair's whimpers, Fang Zhao shot Zhao Chao an apologetic look. Sorry for the trouble. The vet had already been waiting and brought his equipment over the moment he received Zhao Chao's notification. He performed the checkup on Curly Hair in front of Fang Zhao. The drawing of blood also went very smoothly. With Fang Zhao watching, there wasn't an instance where the needle bent when pricking Curly Hair. Fang Zhao kept his eye on the vet's actions and waited for the results of this checkup. There aren't any major problems, except that he has high levels of certain rare metals, the vet said. He might have possibly eaten stuff that are high in such metals. These excessive indications were in accordance with the results of Curly Hair's previous medical examination. There were records of Curly Hair's checkups since he had entered the inspection team. Zhao Chao was fuming when he received this conclusion. I just knew that someone surely tried to drug him. Fortunately, it isn't too serious. I will prescribe some medicine. Let him have some with his dog food. After the vet left, Zhao Chao discussed with Fang Zhao about the issue with Curly Hair's arrangement. Now that Fang Zhao was in quarantine, Curly Hair couldn't stay here all the time. Thus, Fang Zhao allowed Zhao Chao to bring Curly Hair out for patrols when there were assignments and let Curly Hair return here when the assignments were completed. During the long quarantine, Fang Zhao wouldn't be locked inside this cramped and small quarantine room for the entire time. A special quarantine apartment building was being prepared for him and the rest of those under quarantine for the next month. They weren't criminals and had even rendered meritorious service, so they would definitely be treated slightly better. The quarantine apartment building also had a visitor room which Curly Hair could stay at when he wasn't on assignments or missions. Zhao Chao was very busy every day and didn't have time to keep an eye on Curly Hair outside of missions. However, he could bring Curly Hair to the visitor room after missions as it didn't take up too much time. After discussing this arrangement, Zhao Chao brought Curly Hair out. He had just received a notification that there were 2 warehouses that needed an inspection, so he could only take Curly Hair to work overtime. Fortunately, there wasn't too much to inspect this time, and it wouldn't take too long. Before bringing Curly Hair to the warehouses, Zhao Chao was worried that Curly Hair would be hungry, so he tried to feed him something first. Fang Zhao had said before that Curly Hair got hungry easily. Zhao Chao knew that some dogs were this way. Also, Curly Hair had rendered quite a huge service this time around, so Zhao Chao had specially gone to the dining hall to request for a huge pig knuckle. He brought it over when it was ready. Normally, the dog food that the team's dogs consumed were mixed with minced meat and fresh vegetables. There were both dry and wet rations. However, besides dog food, they were also given some rewards for good performance. For example, if Thorn had performed well at a certain inspection checkpoint, someone would send over a huge pork knuckle. Thornhead loved pork knuckles. The other dogs in the team also ate pork knuckles, so Zhao Chao thought that Curly Hair would probably enjoy it too. However, when Zhao Chao brought the pork knuckle over, Curly Hair only squatted beside the bowl and looked at it. Zhao Chao gave it to Curly Hair, but Curly Hair only stared at it and made groaning sounds. He didn't eat it. At first, Zhao Chao thought that Curly Hair wouldn't eat anything that was given to him by anyone other than his owner. However, when Zhao Chao switched to dog food, Curly Hair ate it all up. Zhao Chao felt that he had found the reason. When he was chatting with other team members, he mentioned, "I heard before that some pet dogs only eat dog food. I never imagined it to be true until I gave Curly Hair a huge pork knuckle and he wouldn't eat it. That shouldn't be. A few days back I saw Fang Zhao giving him some biscuits," an inspection team member said. "Those are minor occasions. Besides, if the owner is the one feeding the dog might still eat a little even if the dog doesn't like it. Have you seen Curly Hair eat a lot of biscuits?" Zhao Chao asked. "Not a lot. But, isn't there also pork knuckle inside our team's dog food? Doesn't Curly Hair eat pork knuckles when he consumes the dog food? Does he really not touch it?" Another team member voiced his doubts. "Perhaps it's because Curly Hair is a small-sized dog. Perhaps he can't gnaw on it with his small mouth, so he doesn't know how to eat it. The small pet dog at my aunt's place is like this. It doesn't have the patience to bite on food that is too big. At most, the dog only tries a few nibbles for fun. The food still has to be cut up into smaller pieces before the dog eats. Pet dogs are all rather pampered," the inspection team member continued. From their point of view, Curly Hair was brought up as a pet dog most of the time. Although he had some experience herding sheep in Muzhou, that had only been temporary. He had been a pet dog for much longer. Curly Hair's inspection dog status was also only temporary. When the Whale Island conference concluded and the missions were completed, he would return to being a pet dog. Therefore, everyone's expectations of him weren't that strict. Zhao Chao felt that it made sense. Pet dogs were willful. Curly Hair would also dawdle when doing an inspection, unlike how military and police dogs complied with orders. He was also afraid of needles and was a little timid. However, as long as he had the ability and could complete missions, being a little willful didn't matter. Zhao Chao then placed the cut-up pork knuckle into Curly Hair's bowl, but Curly Hair still didn't touch it. Afterwards, Zhao Chao broke the pork knuckle down into even smaller pieces and mixed it into the dog food. This time, Curly Hair ate it. Thus, everyone in the inspection team knew this: Fang Zhao's dog only loved dog food. That dog absolutely wouldn't touch any other larger pieces of food. After Fang Zhao had been kept under observation in isolation for 2 days, he and the others were shifted to the quarantine apartment. Someone will come every day to check up on each room. The checkup might be a little different from what you are used to. You can work in here and book timings for your 3 meals. You can also leave a message in advance if you do not wish to be disturbed. Fang Zhao and the others had already heard some of the matters and procedures before, and now the quarantine apartment supervisor was briefly reviewing some of the points. "Let me know if you need anything." The quarantine apartment supervisor looked towards Fang Zhao. "A paperback notebook and a pen," Fang Zhao replied. Military work was military work while art was art. Even if you were kept on Whale Island for an entire month, Fang Zhao would still have to complete his unfinished thesis. Otherwise, if he couldn't complete the assignments old Venerable Mo had given him, Fang Zhao's graduation would be delayed. "Just that?" the supervisor asked in astonishment. "They will do for the time being. Alright, someone will deliver them over within 10 minutes. The supervisor made a mental note of Fang Zhao's request and went to the next room. It didn't even take 5 minutes for a staff member to deliver the things Fang Zhao had requested. It was a whole set of stationery that was specially made for office use on Whale Island. The Whale Island insignias were even printed on both the notebook and the pens. There were even rulers and other stationery inside the bag that formed a complete set. The room wasn't large. It was about the size of a single room in a hotel, except that there was also a small gym and a small guest room attached. When Curly Hair completed his assignments, Zhao Chao would bring Curly Hair here. The room had simple electronic entertainment installations, but there was limited internet accessibility here. The computer in the room could only access the intranet. Upon a closer look, there was the full series of Founding Era inside the media files. The guards who hadn't caught up with it could watch this during the quarantine. During the conference period, communications to the outside needed to be audited. However, once the Whale Island conference concluded, those restrictions would be relaxed. However, calls would still be monitored, and the personnel being quarantined had all been informed. The Whale Island conference lasted a few extra days more than the original plan. After the conference concluded, Fang Zhao contacted Nan Feng to bring Curly Hair back to his dormitory at Huangart. Each day, Nan Feng just needed to go over and take him for a walk. As for everything else, Fang Zhao had already spoken to Curly Hair alone. Curly Hair knew where the feeding machine was. There was still quite a lot of food stocked up in the dormitory. Fang Zhao had also specially exhorted Curly Hair to not eat anything else in the dormitory. No eating the rabbit. Otherwise, no playing of games. On the day Curly Hair left Whale Island region, Thornhead cried again. Thornhead didn't cry because of their camaraderie. Neither did he cry because he didn't want to see Curly Hair go. After the conference concluded, the results and merits of the service dogs were set. Because Curly Hair's performance during the conference period was exceptional and he had rendered quite an amount of meritorious service, his comprehensive score was very high. Kay had also performed slightly better than Thornhead as well. Therefore, Thornhead was relegated to the third spot and cried in anger. Streaks of tears were still visible when he went outside. His trainer explained to others. Cough, he is grumpy again. The other members also came to the quarantine apartment to visit Fang Zhao before they left Whale Island. As the days of the quarantine passed, the chances of Fang Zhao being infected were continuously lowering. Thus, the mood was much more relaxed when everyone came to visit Fang Zhao. After matters at Whale Island were complete, personnel continued to leave the island, and the island's sealed state was lifted. It also became easier for Fang Zhao to contact the outside world, but there were still certain restrictions. First, he had to contact Mo Lang. There are still some matters here, and I'll only be able to return after another half a month. Fang Zhao couldn't give the explicit details as some information was still confidential. Mo Lang didn't press him for answers. There were things an experienced old man like him would understand. The old master was very happy as long as Fang Zhao was safe. He was also reassured that Fang Zhao was spending a lot of his time on the thesis and his work. That's fine. You can consider it a change of environment for seclusion. Nobody would dare to disturb you. There still had been many online topics concerning Fang Zhao recently. Guangzhou entertainment reporters had been trying to find traces of Fang Zhao. Some gutsy reporters even camped outside Mo Lang's residence. Fang Zhao couldn't access the internet and didn't know too much about what was going on outside. Nan Feng had said it wasn't serious and told him not to worry, so Fang Zhao didn't pay any attention to it. On the internet, there were many people talking about Fang Zhao. The countdown events of various continents received a lot of publicity. Celebrities and stars of various continents had shown their faces, but no one had seen Fang Zhao at all. There were people who guessed Fang Zhao was absent from Yenzhou's countdown gala. Could it be that he went to Whale Island conference? Fang Zhao rendered a great service with the discovery of the Alcade. Perhaps he obtained clearance to participate. Previously, there had been rumors that a certain internet celebrity had gone to Whale Island to participate in the conference. This was followed closely by rumors of certain actors and singers performing at Whale Island conference because they had rejected the invitations for their own continent's countdown events. At a glance, all things seemed to point that Fang Zhao had really gone to Whale Island. However, since this touched on Whale Island conference, people didn't dare discuss it too much online. Many posts elicited no response, so the majority of people didn't know anything about the Whale Island conference. Very quickly, as the countdown events of various continents continued, the embargo on dissemination of Whale Island conference information was lifted. Internet celebrities and other public figures posted proof of their participation at the Whale Island conference, such as photographs with various insignias or backdrops. The conference had ended. It was time to flaunt and brag. Now that the confidentiality period had passed, they could all show off for a bit. However, there was still no activity on Fang Zhao's end. He was absent from Fiery Bird's customer gratitude ceremony, absent from Yanzhou's countdown gala, and absent from Huangzhou's countdown event. He didn't even appear Huangzhou Academy of Arts student gala. Where exactly was he? Could it be that somebody is keeping him locked up somewhere? Someone guessed. That is even more unlikely. Let's not talk about the reason why Fang Zhao would be locked up. And even if that was the case, how long could it be for? There isn't even a trace of him right now. Are Huangzhou entertainment reporters just for show? Why is it that nobody believes that Fang Zhao is in lockdown mode? He is still undergoing advanced studies after all. Great Master Mo Lang has also said that he is shutting Fang Zhao in to complete his thesis. You even believe this? Anything can be possible except him being shut in seclusion. Who would lock him in so long that he wouldn't even appear at countdown events or even Fiery Bird's important customer gratitude ceremony? Who would even have the guts to do so? As all sorts of information and rumors flew about, there were people who spread that Fang Zhao's Fiery Bird endorsement had been terminated. Evidence. He didn't even participate in Fiery Bird's customer gratitude ceremony. Isn't this equivalent to not giving Fiery Bird any face? Would Fiery Bird be able to accept this? According to reliable sources, Fiery Bird is changing 2 of their ambassadors in the new year. Surely Fang Zhao is among them. At first, it was a small minority who were saying this. However, more and more people believed this conjecture in no time. Quite a number of top-rated celebrity management companies from various continents also went to work, hoping to snag Fang Zhao's endorsement for themselves. At the beginning, Fiery Bird didn't bother with all these online conjectures. However, as they watched these rumors go out of hand, they also became worried. Who said that we were changing ambassadors? In any case, we didn't say so. Very quickly, Fiery Bird's public relations department came out with a statement, with the main idea being, new products of the Dating series will be released in the new year. We will still be collaborating with Fang Zhao. When this official statement was released, some people were flabbergasted. When did Fiery Bird have such a good temperament? Fang Zhao had been absent from their important annual customer gratitude ceremony. How could Fiery Bird bear with this? A brand new round of hot discussions made its way onto the internet again. There were some that took the opportunity to smear Fang Zhao's name, but the majority of these were small media outlets. Larger media outlets had more or less obtained some information through various means. They wouldn't dare shoot their mouths off as long as they knew that Fang Zhao had appeared on Whale Island. This was also the reason Nan Feng had told Fang Zhao not to worry. Within the industry, no matter how much was faked or exaggerated, it would just be a short-lived hype. While some media outlets would dabble in it, when it involved politics or the military, they wouldn't dare to make careless statements. Fang Zhao, who was largely oblivious to the online activity, was currently in a video call with great-grandmother and great-grandfather Fang. Fang Zhao originally had plans to celebrate the new year in Yanzhou with the 2 elders, but his quarantine on Whale Island had thrown a wrench into his plans. In order to not let the 2 elder Fang's imaginations run wild, Fang Zhao had to speak to them. Great-grandfather Fang had also been keeping an eye on the news recently. At the start, he had also believed that Fang Zhao was undergoing seclusion to prepare for his impending graduation. But after seeing the analysis online, doubt had also started to creep into his mind. Now that Fang Zhao had called them, great-grandfather Fang was extremely delighted. At least this counts as seeing you, little Zhao. The smile that bloomed on great-grandfather Fang's face turned stiff when he saw a certain insignia on Fang Zhao's end. Beside him, great-grandmother Fang had been about to say something, but she changed her words. Little Zhao, how are you recently? Not too bad. I'm eating and sleeping well. Fang Zhao even stood up to let the two elder Fangs have a good look to show that he wasn't hurt in any way. Oh, then that's good. Great-grandfather's voice was a little shaky. When can you come back? I still have to stay for 20-something days. I'm sorry that I won't be able to return and spend the new year with you too. It's alright, it's alright. All that matters is you return back safely, great-grandfather Fang said hurriedly. With that, the smile on great-grandfather Fang's face deepened again before he ridiculed the New Year activities that had been planned by the retirement facilities. Fang Zhao sat there listening and responded from time to time. There was a time limit for Fang Zhao's call. The top right of the screen indicated that time was almost up. Great-grandfather Fang finished with one line. Little Zhao, you have to be well. I am doing just fine. I even ran 2 hours on the treadmill just now, Fang Zhao said. The call ended. The smile on great-grandfather Fang's face thoroughly disappeared, and tears flowed down his cheek continuously. During the video call, there had been a small whale island insignia at Fang Zhao's side. When he saw that and recalled the discussions about Fang Zhao's absence from all the various countdown events, great-grandfather Fang could join the dots. After all, the two elders had served in the military for many years and knew quite a lot. They also knew the dangers that went on during every such conference to maintain the peace and stability on the surface. What had Fang Zhao been transferred over there to do? What had he encountered? Now it seemed like he was in quarantine. Great-grandfather's heart ached when he thought about the possible scenarios Fang Zhao could have encountered and felt lifeless no matter what he thought of. This went on all the way until Memorial Day. The entire retirement facility was filled with cheer and joy as families came to visit their elders. Every year, this time was the most festive and joyous period. When descendants came over to visit the two elders, great-grandfather put on a smile, but he was actually down in the dumps. Every time this year, little children would compare how much red packet money they received. Older kids would compare their school results, while adults would talk about their career and business. Hearing someone mention Fang Zhao, great-grandfather's eyes welled up with warm tears and he started to cry. My little Zhao, ah. Great-grandmother Fang coughed. It's the festive period. Why are you crying? Great-grandfather forcefully suppressed his crying. After hearing that Fang Zhao wouldn't be coming back to celebrate the new year with the two old Fangs, many veterans in the retirement facility guessed that Fang Zhao's absence was the reason why great-grandfather Fang appeared so listless. Elsewhere, Fang Zhao didn't have much hope from keeping the truth from the two old Fangs. After all, those two were experienced with this sort of situation. The two old Fangs had pretended to not know, so Fang Zhao had also played along. There were many things that couldn't be spoken explicitly, but the simple understanding was good enough. Going into details would just cause excess worry. In the 1 month of quarantine on Whale Island, Fang Zhao wrote his thesis, amended his compositions and made preparations for graduation. He had also read quite a few books recommended by Mo Lang. After completing each book, he had jotted down his afterthoughts. Because he was isolated from all the various online disturbances, an extremely peaceful month passed by for Fang Zhao. For him, this month hadn't been tough at all. When Fang Zhao came out from the quarantine apartment, he was called over for a meal by the other Whale Island guards who had been released to celebrate getting over this hurdle. Those who had spent their quarantine period watching Founding Era also wanted autographs and photographs with Fang Zhao. You are very lucky, Research Facilities Unit 1 manager Nick said when he saw Fang Zhao. Many people felt that Fang Zhao had been really fortunate not to have been infected despite being in such close proximity to the contagion. Whale Island region was already much emptier, and the restrictions had been relaxed. Tourist and sightseeing areas had opened up again. In order to avoid tourists, Fang Zhao left Whale Island through an exit point. Nanfeng and the other two were already waiting for him there. The car had been borrowed from a friend of Nanfeng's. After Fang Zhao boarded the car, Nanfeng spoke about matters during the period. Previously, it hadn't been too convenient to speak too much through the communications device when Fang Zhao had been on the island. Now that he was finally out, Nanfeng could give a more detailed report. He could prove that this assistant hadn't been slacking off and had also partly assumed the role of a manager. "Boss, what arrangements do you have in mind? Fiery Bird personnel have called me a number of times asking about your decision," Nanfeng said. "Graduation from advanced studies is still the priority. Are Fiery Bird's new products coming out soon?" Fang Zhao asked. "Yes. To commemorate the discovery of the Alcade, there are plans to have some Alcade features on the product. The tentative name will be the Dieting Ada series. Fiery Bird has already released the information, and many people know about it. The partnership with Fiery Bird would continue. Since Fiery Bird had shown their sincerity and Fang Zhao had no reason to reject, Fang Zhao had contacted the relevant parties on Fiery Bird's side to discuss the endorsement of the new product. He also set a date for more comprehensive talks for the contract. After Fang Zhao was done speaking with Fiery Bird's representative, Nanfeng studied his boss' expression. Seeing that Fang Zhao didn't seem unhappy, he took the opportunity to suggest, "Boss, is it time for us to get an MPV?" The vehicles they had previously used were company vehicles specially rented for certain events. When they had needed flying transport, it also had to be applied for. Aside from flying transport, they ought to purchase a car for daily use, right? Nanfeng continued to analyze it for Fang Zhao. "You see, boss, your status has risen, and it will surely continue to rise in future. We also aren't putting on a show of extravagance. However, the company cars should be for the company's newcomers to fight over, right? Even if we don't use the company's resources, renting cars using our own expenses is also troublesome. Also, I have already asked around. Won't you have to consult the tutors and professors regarding your thesis and other school-related matters from time to time? You'll need to travel from place to place. Your reputation in Huangzhou is also high now. What will you do if you are recognized by people in public? It is very troublesome, and you can't bring a dog. If you attend events, there isn't any place to change or rest. Of course, all of this can be resolved, but you also do not have a quiet place to compose. Running around often wastes a lot of time. Don't you think so, boss?" "That's true." Fang Zhao nodded his head. He could tell that Nanfeng already had some ideas, so he asked, "Do you already have a model in mind?" "Oh, we don't have to be too unconventional. Staying low profile will be the best. Simply getting the model of MPVs that most celebrities normally use will do. I have a friend whose team specializes in licensed and lawful modifications of cars and flying transports." "All right. We will check it out after negotiations with Fiery Bird are done." Fang Zhao first returned back to Huangart. His dormitory was still the same as ever, just that the dog feed was empty. Curly Hair rushed over and whined. First, he was very happy to see Fang Zhao. Secondly, he wanted to remind Fang Zhao to order more dog food. Finally, he wanted to remind Fang Zhao about his unfulfilled promise to let him play new games. Fang Zhao surveyed his dormitory once. The rabbit was still alive and well in its water tank. Fang Zhao went online to order dog food and contacted Muzhou's farm to send another batch of food over. On his first day back to school, Fang Zhao didn't leave the campus. He downloaded a few new games for Curly Hair, discussed issues on composition with a few teachers, submitted his thesis to Mo Lang and submitted his application for graduation. Fang Zhao was the first person in his cohort to submit his application for graduation from the advanced course. An application had to be submitted before the graduation certificate could be received. Only with the qualitative works and a satisfactory thesis would the application be successful. Fang Zhao's quality of his thesis and works were already sufficient, so it gave considerable pressure to the others in the same batch as him. After the application was accepted, a time would be arranged for the student to defend their dissertation. There would also be a graduation concert. However, all of these were matters that would happen in June. The earliest Fang Zhao could defend his dissertation was at the end of May. It was only February now, and there seemed to be sufficient time. Still, Fang Zhao would need a lot of effort to prepare for his concert, especially since the academy would be more stringent for Fang Zhao given his reputation. On the second day, Fang Zhao didn't have any classes, so Fang Zhao set a meeting with the relevant Fiery Bird representatives to discuss the collaboration terms. Fang Zhao would be the ambassador of their new line of Dieting Eta series products. Besides this, Fiery Bird also hoped that he would advertise it during his graduation concert. The concerts of graduating Huang Art Advanced Studies students always had an advertising area. Still, the focus was still mainly on art, so the area wouldn't be too big. It was easy to miss if one wasn't attentive. However, many people had their eyes on Fang Zhao's graduation concert. Even if it was just a small ornamental billboard, Fiery Bird was still willing to invest in it. The Fiery Bird personnel had their own ideas. Even if they didn't believe in Fang Zhao's music standards, they ought to believe in Mo Lang, right? Behind Fang Zhao stood the great master Mo Lang. Of course, Fang Zhao was also very talented and hadn't relied on his managing company to rise up. Besides, the managing company didn't have that ability. Was the 12 Tones Advanced Studies course something that could be entered that easily? Also, it was important to consider the strength of the professors of the 12 Tones Advanced Studies course. There were many mentors to seek guidance from. Those great master-ranked artists and mentors wouldn't withhold any knowledge as long as the student wanted to learn and improve. The student could learn much more in this 1 year than the majority of people did in their entire university life. However, the 12 Tones Advanced Studies course was difficult to enter and difficult to exit. There were qualifying tests to enter, and a good dissertation and a sufficient number of quality works were needed to obtain the graduation certificate. Staying for too long was also useless. The great master-ranked tutors and mentors only spent 1 year with the student. After a year, only students having joint projects with them would still have much contact with them. Others who weren't able to smoothly graduate wouldn't receive the same treatment from before. After discussing the details with Fiery Bird, Fang Zhao returned back to his dormitory to put his files away. Then, he brought Curly Hair to the place where Nanfeng's friend did vehicle modifications. Nanfeng had already bought the car. Just as he had said, the exterior of the car didn't seem special in any way. At any film set, 8 out of 10 cars used by actors and actresses would be this model. This model of MPV was frequently seen a lot on the roads and was also frequently used for delivering goods or moving furniture as well. At the moment, Nanfeng's friend was confirming the modification requirements with Nanfeng. We will do modifications for the engine, chassis and other parts according to your requirements. Take a look at the additional items. These haven't been confirmed yet. Also, you said that you will purchase your own sound system, right? You have to let us know what sort of system you are getting. If you haven't gotten it yet, inform us of the type. We have to have a rough plan in order to make the appropriate modifications. Sound system. Fiery Bird's Dieting Z series. Nanfeng replied. He had already discussed this with Fiery Bird beforehand. They could get it at half price from Fiery Bird, and it would come along with freebies. This was the benefit of being an endorser. When the Dieting Z series vehicle sound system first came out, there were people who said that Fang Zhao himself didn't use it, so how could he endorse it? But now, they could finally use it. The person in charge of taking down notes eyed Nanfeng. The Diting Z series sound system didn't come cheap. The amount one such sound system cost could be used to purchase a few of these MPVs. Their garage rarely saw this grade of sound system being fitted onto an ordinary car. Nanfeng's friend had some insider information, so it wasn't out of his expectations. He continued asking, "What about the grade of bulletproofing?" "Fitted with the highest level," Nanfeng answered. "What does your boss do that requires such a high grade of bulletproofing?" The friend asked with a laugh. "Heh, the worries of a celebrity," Nanfeng said jokingly. Of course, he couldn't disclose the truth. As they were speaking, a luxurious car drove in from the outside. A youngster with dyed gray hair got out of the car in a distressed manner. "Mend the dents on the car." The flashy luxury car was full of dents, probably because something had smashed into it. A kid wearing a bear-printed shirt came out from the back seat playing with a small black ball. He said nonchalantly, "You were the one who said I could play any way I wished. You said your car was sturdy enough." The son of the Interplanetary Fund General Director, Danki Assis, was full of regret at the moment. He had thought that the bear child was only playing with a squishy elastic ball. Little had he known that it would cause such dents. His beloved car. Disfigured just like this. At this time, yet another car was driven in. It didn't get close and stopped at the car park. The car door opened, and Curly Hair jumped down from the seat. His fur bristled as he studied the surroundings curiously. Little Bear's unbridled attitude disappeared instantly. He jumped behind Danki and observed Curly Hair carefully. When Danki saw this, he laughed deep down. This little kid normally acts like he isn't afraid of anything in the world. So it turns out he is afraid of dogs. Even though he was delighted deep down, Danki put on a caring and protective front. "Ah, don't be scared. What is there to be afraid of? This dog doesn't eat humans." Fang Zhao, who had just gotten out and heard this. When he saw the person who came out, Danki's smile gradually froze. He remembered that his father had said to keep this bear child far away from Fang Zhao. Danki was starting to perspire from his anxiety. Wasn't Fang Zhao supposed to be in seclusion? He had been missing for so long without any sign of activity. Why had he suddenly appeared here? Guangzhou entertainment reporters are really nothing more than a bunch of trash. Danki had even asked a few entertainment reporters he was on good terms with and confirmed that Fang Zhao hadn't appeared before heading out. This was the only reason why he had dared to bring little fatty bear out to play. But what was he supposed to do now? After getting down from the car, Fang Zhao glanced at Danki. Then, his gaze lingered on Little Bear. This kid was a little strange. Little Bear flashed a bashful smile when he sensed Fang Zhao's gaze. His eyes were filled with delight and excitement, and he wanted to run over right away. However, when he saw Curly Hair, the legs that had inched forward were quickly retracted. At the same time, Fang Zhao heard a sound. It was a sound that he had first heard when he was on Planet Boo, the signal that had originated from the Alcade. Fang Zhao raised his eyebrows. The signal appeared for a short moment before stopping. This time, it wasn't a request for help but more like a probing one. After confirming the answer, it had stopped. Little Bear appeared even more excited, but when he looked at Curly Hair beside Fang Zhao's feet once again, Little Bear shrunk back once more. Fang Zhao handed the leash to Zuiyu to bring Curly Hair to the side. Zuiyu tugged on the leash, but Curly Hair didn't budge. Fang Zhao bent down and gently patted Curly Hair's head twice and indicated for Curly Hair to wait at the side with Zuiyu first. Only then did Curly Hair leave grudgingly. Once Curly Hair walked away, Little Bear, who had been hiding behind Danki's back moments ago, sprung out and ran over to Fang Zhao. "Hello, I am Little Bear." "Hi, I am Fang Zhao." Fang Zhao found a chair and pulled it over. "I know you. I finished watching Founding Era, which you starred in. I also watched your concert. I've also seen your gaming videos and variety programs. Little Bear sat on the chair that Fang Zhao had passed over. He swung his legs around and looked delighted. Denki, who had been immediately forgotten and left at the side. Little Bear was currently in fanboy mode and bragged about all of Fang Zhao's shows and concerts he had watched. Fang Zhao replied to Little Bear from time to time while analyzing this person. No, was this a real person? His body temperature, pulse, breathing, heartbeat and other expressions were similar to a real person. Although the disguise was close to perfect, it was still different in the end. Fang Zhao could hear some discrepancies. He looked like a real person, but this was actually a mechanical body. However, he was too much like a real person, especially with the minute details in his changes in expression. If it weren't for Fang Zhao's impressive hearing ability, he really wouldn't be able to discern it immediately. At most, he would have just thought that this person was a little weird. Was this the person on board the Alcade that the Interplanetary Fund had brought away? Back then, the Interplanetary Fund had only revealed that they had taken away some core technology that couldn't be disclosed to the public, possibly the spaceship's black box. Even Fang Zhao hadn't thought that it would be a person like this. As Fang Zhao mulled over how he should treat this little special fan, Denki worried incessantly. In the meantime, Little Bear continued to display his excitement. Your acting in Founding Era was just too good. I loved the Yanzhou chapter most of all. The soundtrack was also awesome. I cried a few times while watching. Later on, I cried so much that I ran out of tears. It was heart-wrenching. Fang Zhao paused. Drink more water. You have to replenish your fluids if you run out of tears, right? Yeah. Pure adulation was written all over Little Bear's face. Denki. Kid, your IQ has fallen. You even believe this nonsense. Drink more water if you run out of tears. Can you produce tears just by drinking water? Shouldn't tears fall as a result of emotion? However, Little Bear still continued on. I will definitely bring a few more bottles along with me next time. Are you, alright? From crying too much? Fang Zhao asked. I'm fine. This is also a method for me to experience enriching emotions. Even so, you still have to maintain it at acceptable levels. You can't always specially carry a few bottles of water everywhere you go, Fang Zhao said. Of course, I have reserves. I will specially drink more water before heading out. Don't worry, Little Bear said in a really pleased manner. Denki, who had been entirely forgotten and left behind, looked like he was about to crumble. I can't go on listening to this retarded conversation. Are they nuts? Little Bear wasn't aware of Denki's frustrations and continued speaking to Fang Zhao. I heard that you will still have a graduation concert after your advanced studies is complete, right? I also want to listen too, just that I do not know whether I will have the time then. I will have lots of tiring assignments. However, I will overcome these difficulties. Denki, listening in over at the side. More crap. Yesterday, Denki had seen Little Bear watching the television and had asked, have you finished your assignments? I heard that you have quite a lot of assignments every day. However, Little Bear had replied with a disdainful piece of cake. And now? Have you eaten up all the words you said yesterday? Not only did Little Bear express his fanboy sentiments to Fang Zhao, he even talked about his little pet. Here, this is my pet, Little Riches. You two should have met before. You can rub him this way, pat him in this manner, or pull him like this. Little Bear showed Fang Zhao the various sorts of methods of playing with Little Riches. Denki. I have F*King brought you out to play so many times and you don't even let me touch that black ball. What do you mean, Little Riches can't be handled over and touched by other people randomly? You meet Fang Zhao for the first time today and you voluntarily deliver Little Riches into his hands. Is our friendship and interaction over such a long time incomparable to Fang Zhao, who you just met for the first time? Such a difference is totally cold and ruthless. Are you even human? Denki felt that he couldn't stay any longer. When the repairs for his beloved car were done, he dragged Little Bear away. Back in the car, Denki still felt outraged by this injustice and criticized Little Bear for forgetting about a brother upon meeting his idol. Do you really like Fang Zhao that much? Denki just couldn't comprehend. He is a good person, Little Bear replied. You have only known him for such a short while. How would you know that he is a good person? Many people act one way in public and another in private. Word online might make Fang Zhao out to be very impressive, but you do not know how he really is. He is especially impressive. Little Bear interjected. His is indeed impressive, but that has no relation to whether he is a good person or not. Denki wanted to go on, but he saw Little Bear's eyes quickly starting to brighten when talking about Fang Zhao. Denki quickly swallowed whatever else he wanted to say. Forget it. Discussing how bad an idol before a die-hard fanboy would only be causing myself trouble. Little Bear caressed the ball-shaped little riches and said, truthfully, I think it is a little like imprinting. When Little Bear had laid dormant in the arcade deep under the sands of Planet Boo for so long, it had been Fang Zhao who had detected his SOS signal. Little Bear had finally been freed and the arcade had finally seen the light of day. Fang Zhao could be considered his benefactor. Although Little Bear had been in a dormant state at that time, everything that had occurred around him had been recorded. Every organism and every machine had been converted to data. Fang Zhao was the first person in many years to fish out the arcade's distress signal. As for Curly Hair, Little Bear had sensed a natural enemy signal coming from Curly Hair's body. He couldn't bring himself to get close. There wouldn't be the current me without Fang Zhao, Little Bear lamented. However, upon hearing this, Denki's only thoughts were, the F***ck. Unbelievable. Denki's mind started to think about all sorts of far-fetched plots he had seen in dramas. Little Bear interrupted Denki's thoughts and said, I'm still a kid. I don't know. Denki scoffed, at least you know that much, little brat. Denki wasn't too hung up from not getting any answers from Little Bear. He was simply curious about any gossip concerning the top brass of the Interplanetary Fund, so he had casually asked. However, he wasn't super invested in it. Alright, let's not talk about all this already. I will bring you drifting. Of course, Denki wasn't really talking about real street racing. He didn't dare bring Little Bear drifting. His father and those on top would flay him alive. The street racing he was talking about were holographic races at a racing gaming center. He wouldn't have anything to be afraid of if Little Bear drove virtually. At the gaming center, Denki chose a gaming hall. He swept his bangs aside and said, sit at the back. Brother will bring you for a spin. You shall witness the racing god of Huangzhou's driving skills. Although this was only a game, the visuals and sensations were rather realistic. If the open roof method was selected, they could even feel a strong wind on their faces. After choosing the car model, Denki started to drift. After one round of drifting, Denki flashed Little Bear a dazzling smile and asked, am I impressive or what? Are you happy? Little Bear was expressionless and scoffed indifferently. Oh. Tisk, alright. Since you don't think much of it, I will let you have a taste of my true ability. Denki sucked in a deep breath and showed his true skill in the second round, forgetting that Little Bear was in the back seat. He was sure that even if it was a game, his driving this round would have surely scared the little kid. When he turned around, he saw that Little Bear was just staring blankly ahead like an idiot. This isn't how you are supposed to drift, Little Bear said. Heh, teaching me now. Then how do you really drift? Denki was displeased. Move aside. Little Bear swapped places with Denki and took the driver's seat. 5 minutes later, Denki rushed to the sink and vomited. This was the first time this self-proclaimed racing god of Huangzhou felt carsick. Denki felt like he had been dealt a massive blow. Although the racing god of Huangzhou was a name he had given himself and was rather boastful, he still felt that his driving ability was quite good. He should be at a god level when it came to racing games. However, today, a little bear kid had smacked his face really hard. Denki returned after rinsing his mouth and looked embarrassed. He remained sullen for a while before saying, "A game is just a game. Driving a real car is different." Little Bear didn't like what he heard. "I can also drive." "Then wait till you are of age and get your driver's license." "I can drive now." Alright, you can drive," Denki replied half-heartedly. "Not only can I drive, I can even fly a spacecraft." Yes, you are awesome." Denki continued to put on a show. Deep down, he was snickering. This brat really loves bragging. You might as well just say you piloted the Allcade. After recovering, Denki also didn't stay much longer at the gaming center and brought Little Bear back. "I'm actually very good at gaming. It's just that I don't play many racing games now, so I have become rusty," Denki said. "Given your standard, wouldn't you be crushed if you played other games?" Little Bear said with disdain. "Hey, that doesn't really happen. Even if I encounter an opponent I can't beat, I just have to call a few of my brothers. The strength of someone alone is always insignificant." Little Bear appeared to think for a while. Then, he patted Denki's shoulder. Dan, thanks for reminding me." "What did I remind you about?" Denki suddenly had a foreboding premonition. "I have a new idea. It's best if you don't have other ideas." "I'm worried." Denki didn't dare underestimate this bear kid's destructive ability. "You reminded me." "No. I didn't." Denki was on the verge of tears. Having run into Fang Zhao when bringing Little Bear out was bad enough. Who knew what his father would say when they got back? Now, Little Bear suddenly saying such a thing scared him **+. God knew what this bear child would do. If Little Bear came up with some bad idea, wouldn't Denki be the one taking the blame? Little Bear didn't listen to Denki's thoughts. He didn't go to Denki's place and returned to his own workplace instead. At the engineering floor of the Interplanetary Fund's experimental base, staffers were astonished when they saw Little Bear. Normally, this kid couldn't wait to run out and have fun whenever he was free. He never did any overtime. Now, Little Bear was supposed to be on vacation. It was very rare for him to not head out during vacation. Little Bear didn't care about the gazes of others and walked into his own workshop. He felt that what Denki said was right. Alone he was too weak. Little Riches also wasn't much use. He required helpers. If he didn't have any helpers, he would just make them. The Interplanetary Fund didn't permit him to construct any high-intelligence objects, so Little Bear had always felt that there wasn't any need to build another retarded pet. Little Riches was also considered by the Interplanetary Fund personnel to be highly intelligent. This made Little Bear somewhat depressed. When had the standards for intelligence become so low? In his opinion, without that bit of soul, whatever remained behind would be a stupid object with rigid reasoning and no flexibility. However, even so, what he wanted to build now was something that had a lower intelligence grade than Little Riches. Taking a few deep sighs and mulling quite a bit, Little Bear ultimately decided to build 2 intelligent plus pets. He had already thought of their names. One would be called Dog Dan and the other would be Dog. When a young animal narrows its social preferences to an object, typically a parent, as a result of exposure to that object. While Little Bear was constructing his new pets, Denki was being reprimanded by his father. Interplanetary Fund Director General Mesha face had turned a shade paler when he heard that Little Bear had met Fang Zhao today and that they had even spoken for a long time. After hearing Denki recount the conversation between Little Bear and Fang Zhao, Mesha knew right away that Fang Zhao had already discovered something wrong with Little Bear. Disregarding the frightened Denki, Mesha returned to his own office and made a call to report this situation to his superior. The person on the other end of the call was silent for some time before replying, "Got it." Although his superior never said the matter would be looked into, the Director General could rest a little easier. With how things looked, it wouldn't cause any major problem for the time being. However, a reprimand was still on order. Thus, Denki spent an hour being reprimanded by his father. However, who was Denki? He acted meekly and listened to his father's reprimands obediently. But, when he got back, he flipped through those few Huangzhou entertainment reporters' contact numbers and vented his grievances onto each of them. Those few Huangzhou reporters felt even more wronged from the verbal abuse. They really hadn't received any news. Upon hearing Denki say that they would be put on his blacklist, those few reporters panicked. Denki's father was the Interplanetary Fund Director General. He was also considered part of the higher-class aristocratic young generation in Huangzhou. They had always been able to glean some useful information from him every once in a while. They had always expended quite some effort to stay in his good books. Otherwise, Denki would have just ignored them. Now, they couldn't accept just being blacklisted like this. You want to find Fang Zhao's whereabouts? Then wouldn't all that we need to do is find him? Knowing there was a limit to their own abilities, a few entertainment reporters even contacted a few collaborative partners from other continents. Yenzhou. Wang Tai was browsing through his bank account and wondering what to invest on using his money. He was rather astonished when he received a call from a Huangzhou cooperative partner. Wang Tai was in rather good spirits after viewing his bank account and answered the call in a rather relaxed manner. Which big star is your target this time? Fang Zhao, the other end replied. No. Wang Tai simply didn't wait for the other party to continue speaking and immediately disconnected the call. Fang Zhao hadn't shown up at Yenzhou's New Year celebration events a short while back and there wasn't any accurate news concerning Fang Zhao online. Many people online had looked into and asked Wang Tai for answers, but Wang Tai had played dead. Besides having suffered at Fang Zhao's hand before, Wang Tai had also obtained information that Fang Zhao was on Whale Island. At that time, he hadn't even dared dig for more information. Why would he put himself in a disadvantageous situation now? But Wang Tai rubbed his chin. With people from Huangzhou contacting him, could it be that Fang Zhao was coming to Yenzhou? Wang Tai decided that he wouldn't step outdoors in the next week. The truth was just as Wang Tai had surmised. Fang Zhao had applied for 2 days of leave to return back to Yenzhou to handle some matters. He visited Yenzhou's Fiery Bird branch to discuss some stuff and returned to Silver Wing Media for work-related matters. Fang Zhao was still signed to Silver Wing Media under a composer contract. He still had to discuss with the company regarding his Huang Art Advanced Studies and other issues related to his graduation. This time, Fang Zhao kept a low profile on his return. There were only a few people on Silver Wing's side who knew that Fang Zhao had returned to the company. After company matters were settled, Fang Zhao went to call upon the few industry insiders he was close to in Yenzhou. When it got dark and night fell, Fang Zhao returned to his Yenzhou Qian City residence. When he saw the outside sign, "Ferocious beasts inside, please keep away unless invited," Fang Zhao was in a complex state of mind. He kept feeling that the effectiveness of this warning wasn't enough. It seemed like nothing more than a joke. Curly hair wouldn't just bite. If he was worked up, he might even swallow a person whole. However, he only had 2 days of leave and wouldn't be spending too much time at home. He would be heading to Yanbei City to visit the 2 old Fangs tomorrow and returning back to Huangzhou the day after. The sign would be left as it was temporarily. He could change it later. Curly hair also wouldn't be left here, so it would probably be fine. Speaking of curly hair, Fang Zhao thought about that little bear again. Little Bear had been very afraid of curly hair. Why was that so? Was it because he was afraid of dogs, or was he scared of curly hair's mysterious powers? These were things Fang Zhao couldn't figure out for the time being. After mulling over this for a bit, Fang Zhao contacted the 2 elders in Yanbei City. He hadn't been able to return during Memorial Day, so he definitely would visit them during this short break. At the retirement home for former officials in Yenbei. Great-grandfather Fang twirled walnuts in one hand while holding a chess piece in the other. He was currently playing chess with a few of the other old fogies in the retirement center. Great-grandfather's communications device rang. He frowned and squinted at it. Seeing that the call was from his own wife, he grumbled, "Why is she calling me at this time and disrupting my train of thought?" Although he was complaining, Great-grandfather Fang's speed at answering wasn't slow. He knew that his wife calling him at this time would surely mean it was something important. "Hello, what is it?" "I am playing chess." "What?" Little Zhao called. Great-grandfather was so surprised he nearly fell off the chair. He was grinning with delight. Some words were said on the other end, and Great-grandfather Fang nodded his head. Right. We should go over. Don't let little Fang come. He is also tired." Upon ending the call, Great-grandfather Fang was no longer in any mood to continue playing. He tossed his chess piece aside. "I'm not playing anymore. My family's little Zhao returned to Yenzhou today. He said that he wanted to visit us two oldies, but we rejected him. This kid has too many responsibilities and doesn't take enough vacations. He really is too busy running all over the place. We will be heading straight to Qian City tomorrow morning. The weather has been nice recently, and walking about more will also be good." Great-grandfather Fang's spirits had been stirred up, and his face was glowing with vigor upon finding out that Fang Zhao had returned to Yenzhou. How would he still be in the mood to hang around with the old fogies of the retirement center? Was playing chess or seeing his own great-grandchild more important? Furthermore, it was his favorite great-grandson. He had been hoping for so long. Finally, Fang Zhao had returned. That child has such a heavy school workload. He even appeared to have lost weight the last time we had a video call. I have to go over and look after him properly. Actually, Great-grandfather Fang had already discussed with Great-grandmother Fang when Fang Zhao had been kept in quarantine on Whale Island. The conclusion they had come to was: this child Fang Zhao's luck wasn't good. In the new year, they would have to get rid of his ill fortune. And in the two elders' opinion, there was only one sacred place to seek blessings, rid ill fortune and change one's luck, Qian City's Yenzhou Cemetery for Martyrs. Thus, on the second day, Fang Zhao was helplessly brought by the two elders to Yenzhou Cemetery for Martyrs to pray for blessings. Upon arriving at Qian City, the two elders didn't go anywhere else. After a simple meal, they dragged Fang Zhao to the cemetery. Memorial Day had already passed and the place's popularity from founding era had waned considerably. However, there were still many people coming to the cemetery to pay their respects in the period just before and after Memorial Day. There were still groups of people coming to pay their respects whenever they were free. Since it was currently the working hours, the interior of the cemetery didn't have too many people. To seek blessings, Great-grandfather Fang brought Fang Zhao to the graves area. "You weren't able to come during the Memorial Day period, so you have to make up for it now." Great-grandfather Fang pulled Fang Zhao along and said, "Also, your great-grandmother and I reckon that your luck is a little poor. Take a look at yourself. You were still locked up for quarantine during your advanced studies period." Great-grandfather Fang lowered his voice when entering the core cemetery area. Speaking too loudly here was disrespectful to the martyrs. The two elders looked solemnly at each and every grave and bowed. After bowing, Great-grandfather Fang dragged Fang Zhao over to Martyr Fang Zhao's grave. Quick. Come over and pay your respects. You have to be sincere. Fang Zhao. Sighing in his heart, Fang Zhao put on a solemn expression and bowed before his own grave. Bow a few more times. The more the better. Great-grandfather Fang urged softly. I don't think there is such a need. Fang Zhao replied. What do you know? An old friend of mine from Muzhou told me that a Muzhou Su family child once kowtowed so many times that his forehead turned red before this great person. After that, his fortunes changed when he returned. Great-grandfather had originally wanted to make Fang Zhao kowtow like that child from Muzhou. But, he loved Fang Zhao dearly. Seeing that Fang Zhao was unwilling, great-grandfather Fang didn't force him. You must be sincere about it deep down. Great-grandfather Fang said. This way, this great person can bless and watch over you. Fang Zhao. The two elders stood there watching him closely, so Fang Zhao still bowed many more times until great-grandfather Fang was satisfied. After Fang Zhao moved aside, great-grandfather Fang carefully approached martyr Fang Zhao's grave as though he wanted to have a private word. He whispered to the grave, "Old master, this is little Fang. I have come again. Beside me is my family's little Zhao. I have told you about him before. He is a worshipper of yours. He portrayed you very well in Founding Era. There is a whole lot of praise online, and he even won an award. Great master, you must definitely watch over and bless my family's little Zhao. Ah! This child, he loves music and is gifted at composing. It can even treat illnesses. Of course, while in his pursuit of art, he hasn't forgotten to contribute to society. He is also very hardworking too. Many people say that I am biased, but how can I not be when my great-grandson is like this? Anyone in my position would be biased. If you are here, great sir, you would surely have the same thoughts as me, right? Fang Zhao, standing just beside. After great-grandfather Fang finally finished all that he wanted to say, the three of them exited the core cemetery area. Great-grandfather Fang even explained to Fang Zhao, I know that there aren't any ghosts in this world. When people die, it is just that. However, little Zhao, you have to remember that what is buried here is faith and belief. These are mystical things. So mystical that it can change your fate in an instant. As great-grandfather Fang pulled Fang Zhao along and left the cemetery, he told Fang Zhao some stories about the two elders' time in military service. They hadn't experienced the cruelty of the period of destruction, but they had many thrilling and frightening stories from their era. Great-grandfather Fang took a look back in the direction of the graves when they got out of the cemetery and muttered, so many people come to pay their respects every day. I wonder if that great old master heard my words. Fang Zhao. Sigh. After returning from the cemetery, both great-grandparents took a short rest before going to visit old friends. They had quite a number of old friends in Qian City. A gathering was in order since they had come all this way. Great-grandfather Fang had wanted to spend more time with Fang Zhao but didn't want to impose and bother his great-grandson. He knew that if the two of them stayed here, Fang Zhao would surely spare no effort to look after them. Besides, Fang Zhao would be leaving Yanzhou and heading to Huangzhou tomorrow morning, so he needed ample rest. Great-grandfather Fang would let Fang Zhao spend some time in Yanbei's retirement facility after he graduated from his advanced studies instead. Great-grandfather Fang was satisfied after taking a few more photographs. He took quite a few more this time around so he could flaunt them within his circle of friends. Fang Zhao got Yan Biao to drive the two elders around. During his quarantine period on Whale Island, Fang Zhao had given Zuiyu and Yan Biao some time off. Both of them had spent Memorial Day back with their families, so they didn't need additional leave upon returning to Yanzhou. Zuiyu was sorting out things. Boss, should these gaming helmets be placed in the cabinet or? Zuiyu looked towards Fang Zhao with a slightly awkward expression. There were 3 new gaming helmets. The first had been given by Fiery Bird when he had been at Fiery Bird's Yanzhou branch the previous day. It was considered a late New Year's gift. It was a limited edition, so it had some collector's value. The second was a present given to Fang Zhao by everyone in Silver Wing Media's professional gaming team. This was a prize they had won for a challenge match last year. There were only 2 of these helmets worldwide. The only one in Yanzhou belonged to Fang Zhao. On it were the autographs of everyone in the team sending their regards. The third gaming helmet was a gift that many of Fang Zhao's gaming fans had chipped in to buy. It had been sent directly to Silver Wing, and Fang Zhao had received it when he had gone to the company. Accompanying the helmet was a handwritten letter which contained the fans' hope of seeing Fang Zhao return to competitive gaming. It was signed by over 100 fans. This was only the paper copy. In the email version, the number of signatures had hit more than 10,000 and was still increasing. Curly Hair had been fixated on this third gaming helmet ever since Fang Zhao had brought it home. Now, Curly Hair wanted to bite this helmet and hide it in his own little storage space. This put Sui Yu in a difficult spot. Curly Hair's storage space really wasn't big, and it wasn't convenient to store things there. Furthermore, it wouldn't be good if this sort of commemorative edition gaming helmet was scratched or damaged. Thus, Zuiyu hadn't let Curly Hair bite and drag it away, so Curly Hair was now staring at Zuiyu and baring his fangs. Fang Zhao saw the situation and said, "Place it in the cabinet." At the same time, he flashed Curly Hair a warning glance. Curly Hair whimpered. "That's right. This sort of precious gift should be placed in the cabinet where it can be displayed and be safely guarded against theft. If any item on the display cabinet is removed, it will show on your personal terminal." Zuiyu pointed at its electronic screen. The screen displayed the number of items in the cabinet as well as the temperature and humidity levels. After carefully placing the gaming helmet in the display cabinet, Zuiyu turned his head and realized that Curly Hair was lying at the side with his head raised, staring at the display cabinet. Why did it seem like this dog's eyes were glowing even brighter when staring at this gaming helmet than when looking at a bone? Could his belly be filled just by staring this way? Zuiyu scratched his head. He just couldn't understand it. Perhaps that dog had a hobby for collecting stuff. Little did Zuiyu know that in Curly Hair's heart, those 3 gaming helmets belonged to Curly Hair himself. Fang Zhao rarely touched games when he was home. Besides, Fang Zhao's greatest love was still music, and he didn't really like games. In this case, these things would naturally belong to Curly Hair. Curly Hair only stopped staring at the display cabinet after Zuiyu left. He wagged his tail as he started to game. There was still a spare for the gaming helmet that had been brought to Huang Art. Curly Hair spent the whole night playing a new game that Fang Zhao had let him play. In the morning, Curly Hair was pulled back into reality by a tug on his ears from Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao wasn't going to let him play without rest. There were still lessons and assignments at Huang Art, so Fang Zhao left Yenzhou for Huangzhou after breakfast. Before leaving, Fang Zhao filled up the feeding machine for the aquarium before knocking on the glass wall. Watch the house properly. In the aquarium, the gears of the soft and flabby rabbit were moving in sync with the weak current of the water. On the same night after Fang Zhao had left, 2 figures appeared outside Fang Zhao's door. One of them was fiddling with some sort of apparatus and made a hand gesture. Beep. The door was unlocked. However, the 2 of them didn't enter immediately and instead looked at the signboard hung above the door. "Ferocious beasts inside, please keep away unless invited." The 2 exchanged glances and snickered silently before entering quickly. After confirming that the interior surveillance and alarm systems were disabled, the 2 unloaded their equipment. "Easy peasy," the skinnier and more agile of the 2 said with slight disdain. "An old building at the top floor. It's not very noticeable," the shorter and stubbier man said as he surveyed the surroundings carefully. Fang Zhao had purchased this apartment from Xue Jing some time back. Perhaps back then when he had just bought the place, this building's installations could still be considered top-notch. But as the years went by, this place also became an older building. Its hardware installations were already starting to be outdated and had many loopholes that weren't difficult for professionals to exploit. "So Fang Zhao stays here. It doesn't feel like it matches his status." The other person had taken out a miniature camera and was starting to take photos of the interior. Some of the older buildings in the area had already undergone reconstruction. They had been remodeled to be taller and more beautiful. The building that Fang Zhao stayed in really paled in comparison. It would have been more understandable if a second or third grade celebrity was staying here. However, this place seemed a little unsuitable given the popularity and attention Fang Zhao received. It's also good that he stays here. Otherwise, our assignment would be much more difficult. Alright, let's start. You take the photographs and I will do the searching. What's there to worry about? Fang Zhao has already gone to Huangzhou. There won't be anyone to bother us. Nobody would know even if we spend a night here. One of them was a professional thief, while the other was an unsavory entertainment reporter. Both of them had some reputation within their own circles, as infamy was also a form of fame. The two had collaborated many times and had taken up an assignment from an employer. All they had to do was search Fang Zhao's residence in the night and dig out some of Fang Zhao's secrets. It would be even better if they could find news that could shock the entire world. We still have to be cautious. Who knows what other mechanisms might be in place inside? Are you talking about the ferocious beasts? The skinny fellow chortled. The other person couldn't help but burst out in laughter when he remembered the warning sign above the door. This Fang Zhao is really humorous. Though, that dog really bites people and has great service ability. Aren't Muzhou people extremely proud when talking about dogs? Even if they weren't willing to talk about dogs, they'd still have to admit that that dog is expensive. Fang Zhao really cherishes that dog and brings it everywhere he goes. You don't say. I would bring it everywhere I went if I were the owner too. Mind you, it is worth 200 million. After the jokes, the two of them made use of the lighting from an illumination device to roughly scan the ornaments and decorations. Isn't Fang Zhao supposed to be very rich? This place feels just as so. The place was neither luxurious nor pompous. It even seemed a little simple. The two of them had visited many luxurious residences, and Fang Zhao's furnishings appeared quite poor for a person of his level. These sorts of people are the scary ones. You can't tell exactly what sort of person they are and you can't see their preferences. Fang Zhao is just a talented celebrity. Should he be called an artist now? Why would such a young artist be targeted? The ones who had employed them weren't the savory sort. What had Fang Zhao, who dabbled in the artistic circles, done to capture their attention? Had he gotten in the way of someone? Whatever. All they cared about was getting the payment for completing this assignment. Fang Zhao had already brought the dog away, so they didn't have to worry about running into it. It wasn't obvious with a quick glance, but when you look carefully, this place has quite a bunch of valuable items. The professional thief's eyes were glowing as they swept over an autographed special edition guitar, globally limited edition gaming helmets, an aquarium and others. All of these would be coming with him later. Is this that hybrid sea slug that is valued at 80 million? Currently, it's the entire Earth's most expensive pet sea slug. Half of its genes are extraterrestrial. It is said that it lights up if you knock on the glass. The other man that had been taking photos now came to the aquarium and tapped on the glass with his finger. No response. Not lighting up. Could it be that I'm doing it wrongly? I remember Fang Zhao knocking on the glass this way once in a live broadcast. Perhaps it was all just hype to make the value of this sea slug rise. After he knocked on the glass a few more times, the sea slug in the aquarium still didn't light up. The skinny guy was unresigned, so he unlocked the lid of the aquarium and used an apparatus to poke it. There was still no response. It was hype without a doubt. It's so dull and lifeless. Definitely not worth 80 million. As they knew that Fang Zhao wouldn't be coming back and no one came here most of the time, the two weren't in a hurry. They chatted leisurely. This reminds me of that movie that came out recently. The science fiction movie about a sea slug. Oh, are you talking about the one that was hotly discussed online? The one where the sea slug would open up the lid of its aquarium and climb out when his owner was away. Yes, it's It's rather meaningful. After watching that movie, every time I see sea slugs inside sealed aquariums, I can't help but wonder whether sea slugs can really open their lids and climb out. TSK, now I know you have never kept a sea slug before. You even believe that? Science fiction is always based on fantasy. Those are all things that can never happen. But this is really big. I have never seen a choppy-haired variety this big. If cooked, it would be enough for a whole meal. The atmosphere suddenly became silent. The two met each other's gazes in that silence. Would it be too much of a waste to eat it? Perhaps we should just fish it up before we leave. It can be sold for quite a bit. It's too conspicuous. Researchers can't make use of it, and not many people who own pets would dare buy it. There is only one such sea slug in the entire world. How about, we just cook it? I saw a pot and all sorts of condiments in the kitchen earlier. The entertainment reporter licked his lips. He loved eating sea slugs, and the one before him was a variety he had never tasted before. Having an 80 million hot pot in the home of a megastar. The skinny fellow's eyes lit up. Exciting. Let's leave Fang Zhao some leftover broth. I wonder how Fang Zhao will react when he returns. I guess he'll explode. He. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. I'm probably the first entertainment reporter to break into Fang Zhao's residence, right? The reporter taking photos was slightly pleased. Yes, even Wang Tai has never come in before. Speaking of that, it seems like Wang Tai isn't interested in news about Fang Zhao. He has made so many explosive allegations but has very little information concerning Fang Zhao. And he claims himself to be Yenzhou's king of paparazzi, the skinny guy said as he waved the apparatus in his hand. Wang Tai. Who the hell is that? The entertainment reporter snickered in contempt. Ever since he was caught and sent to prison, Wang Tai is no longer the person he was in the past. Everything he does now is constrained. What a piece of trash. The unsavory entertainment reporter had gone through the drawers in Fang Zhao's study and didn't find anything useful. Even the score sheets there were from some time back. However, he still took photographs of them since they were handwritten by Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao always destroyed his personally coded score sheets after converting them to normal music notes. Important works were kept by his side or stored somewhere safe. They wouldn't be left in a place like this. Therefore, this unsavory entertainment reporter didn't discover any information that was especially useful. However, he still took photographs of every nook and cranny of the room. This was also the requirement of his employer. Perhaps his employer could dig out some tiny details from the photographs or videos. Meanwhile, the skinny professional thief had gone through the apartment once and returned his focus to the display cabinet. He skillfully disabled the alarm and cut the link between the display cabinet and the owner's personal terminal. He then connected a fake information source so Fang Zhao wouldn't discover anything amiss even if he were to use his personal terminal to check on the display cabinet. He only opened a small gap in the display cabinet after completing all of this. He was about to take out the limited edition gaming helmet inside when he was stopped by his partner. Are you sure there are no problems? The display cabinet is only linked to one person's personal terminal. The entertainment reporter asked. He was a veteran entertainment reporter and was always on guard. He felt something was amiss because he hadn't discovered any important information in the room. Although the skinny fellow didn't feel a need to, he still did another check since his partner was worried and they weren't in any rush. There's no problems. It is only linked to Fang Zhao's personal terminal. I've already got it covered. That's good then. After confirming that it was safe, the skinny guy extracted the gaming helmet from the display cabinet. This is a commemorative gaming helmet revealed by Fiery Bird at last year's customer gratitude ceremony. Designed by a globally renowned master, it has top-grade specs and configurations. Only the most important customers and endorsers have one. Many people only have quoted prices to purchase it. The top 10 quoted prices have already surpassed 7 figures. This can be resold after some refurbishing. At the same time, in the Huang Art Dormitory. Due to the time difference, night had yet to fall in Huangzhou. Fang Zhao still hadn't returned from class and Curly Hair was slumbering soundly. Curly Hair could sleep very well after playing so many games in Yenzhou. Fang Zhao had been worried that Curly Hair might eat up the rabbit if he got excited, so Fang Zhao had left the rabbit back at his home in Yenzhou. Just that, Curly Hair, who had been fast asleep, seemed to be startled by something and came bounding out of his kennel. All drowsiness had completely evaporated and his entire body was tensed up. Low muffled growls sounded from his throat as he paced around restlessly in the dormitory. Meanwhile, in Fang Zhao's Qian City apartment, the skinny fellow carefully packed the first helmet away before extracting the second gaming helmet from the display cabinet. Back in the dormitory, all of Curly Hair's fur was standing. With an ominous glint in his eyes, he bared his teeth and growled urgently. He wanted to tear at the floorboard or something else with his teeth, but Fang Zhao had ordered him not to before. Curly Hair could only forcefully refrain from doing so. His attacking stance, shaking body and bared teeth displayed his extreme rage. Click. The dormitory door was opened. Fang Zhao had returned from his lessons. Upon seeing Fang Zhao, Curly Hair rushed over to Fang Zhao and howled non-stop. Fang Zhao closed the door and looked at Curly Hair, puzzled. What's wrong? Woof 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 aoo aoo. Curly Hair, who was in a state of distress, bounced around and wailed before Fang Zhao as though he was eagerly trying to inform Fang Zhao of something. However, Fang Zhao couldn't immediately understand what Curly Hair was trying to say. Curly Hair's fury definitely wasn't targeted at him, but what exactly had happened for Curly Hair to react this way? Don't panic, slow down. What are you trying to say? The more flustered Curly Hair was, the more difficult it would be for Curly Hair to express himself. Fang Zhao could only calm him down so that Curly Hair could properly express himself. At this very moment, in the apartment in Yenzhou, the skinny guy had already taken out the third gaming helmet. Curly Hair, who had just been slightly placated by Fang Zhao, once again bounced up anxiously. Aoo woo woof whine whine. If Curly Hair was a person, this would be the equivalent of him starting to speak incoherently. This was the first time Fang Zhao had seen Curly Hair this way. Surely something big had happened. But because of the language, Curly Hair's ability to express himself was limited no matter how smart he was. Furthermore, he was currently flustered and had lost his cool. Fang Zhao really didn't know what that aoo woo woof whine whine meant. There was no time to waste. Fang Zhao decided to bring out the gaming helmet. Curly Hair could play games, and under Fang Zhao's training, Curly Hair had learned some common words used in gaming. He could recognize part of the alphabet. He would still have some difficulty writing full sentences in the dialogue box, but he could probably convey the crucial points. If Fang Zhao could recognize some keywords, then it would be easier for him to discern what Curly Hair was trying to say. However, Curly Hair was already at an emotional stage. When Curly Hair saw that Fang Zhao about to move away, Curly Hair thought that Fang Zhao thought nothing of it and nearly burst into tears. Fang Zhao wondered what was going on. Just as Fang Zhao walked over to Curly Hair's gaming cupboard, an urgent shout rang out in the dormitory. Fang Zhao. The intense voice sounded like a mix of a high-frequency machinery sounds and the crackling of electricity. It sounded extremely strange. However, how it sounded was no longer what Fang Zhao focused on. Fang Zhao turned around with a look of shock. The dog that he had kept for so long finally talked. Although Fang Zhao had made some mental preparations ever since he had discovered Curly Hair subconsciously humming to the background music of games, he still had never imagined that this day would come so quickly. Curly Hair stared straight at Fang Zhao. His normally limpid and innocent eyes were twinkling as though it contained a hidden and boundless galaxy within. Inside the dormitory, even the air seemed to have frozen. However, very quickly, this strange atmosphere was broken as a somewhat anxious and grieving howl sounded out. My game console has been stolen. Yenzhou, Fang Zhao's Qian city residence. The skinny guy packed away all the things from the display cabinet that he felt would be good to sell. Is this really Fang Zhao's residence? There are really too few things here. Does he have another residence? This could be just a place where he has stopovers. People like him wouldn't only have one place under their name. Perhaps his more confidential stuff is hidden somewhere else. That might be possible. I'm almost done searching. Have you finished taking photos on your side? After you are done, let us have the sea slug hot pot. I'm starting to feel hungry. But, I heard that thing has poison. We wouldn't be killed by the toxins, would we? The skinny guy spoke. Relax, it will be fine as long as we handle it carefully. The one who loved to eat sea slugs was already very proficient with the butchering and cleaning technique. Sea slugs have high nutritional value. This one that is worth 80 million is definitely top grade. We mustn't miss this opportunity. Since its other aspects are all merely hype, its price might be due to its nutritional or medicinal value. It will be totally worth it to consume it. Totally worth it. Noticing his comrade still worried, the shorter man continued, how about, we fish it out, kill it and bring it back. Find an animal to try a bit. If it's fine, then we'll consume it. Sounds good. Later, you kill it, and I will find some ice. Let's bring it back to eat. It might die on the way if we bring it back alive. It could affect the taste. The two decided to continue their plundering when suddenly, there was a light thud. It sounded like a lid hitting the ground. The two stopped moving at once and held their breaths. The soundproofing inside the dormitory was very good. All outside noise was blocked. Even the drop of a pin could be heard. There was the sound of dripping water in the living room, but it faded very quickly. The skinny guy unsheathed his dagger and looked around with an icy gaze. The entertainment reporter also drew a gun. He had gotten this gun through some illegal means. The two made their way to the living room quietly and glanced around, not noticing anyone. The furnishings of the living room were very simple. There weren't many places that could hide a human. After surveying the living room once, the entertainment reporter's eyes widened as he looked towards the water tank. Where is the sea slug? As the two of them looked towards the water tank, a large ball of fury appeared on a plant at the side. Acute pain shot through their nerves. Arg! Two sharp shrieks of pain rang out simultaneously. There were miserable shrieks, groaning, and then a soundless stupor. In seconds, the two were already on the ground. The room fell back into silence once again. Meanwhile the large ball of fury that had appeared shrunk at a speed visible to the naked eye until it returned to its original size. The sea slug that had been inside the water tank had done a jailbreak once again. When it had sensed danger, its normally soft body that could be held with bare hands swelled to a large size with spiky hairs pointing outwards. In order to avoid leaving any traces, the two intruders were wearing gloves, masks, long-sleeve shirts, pants, and even bullet-proof vests inside. Although the bullet-proof vests protected some areas, the other parts covered by gloves, masks, and clothing could be easily pierced. The intruders' hands, arms and face had all been stung. Everything had happened in a flash and the two were caught off guard. Blurry vision, intense pain and numbness set in as the toxin spread rapidly. The dagger and guns held by those two fell to the ground as they lost control of their limbs. After a few flops on the ground, the intruders lost consciousness. After a while, the rabbit hidden in the ornamental plant slid down and climbed up onto the body of one of the intruders. It extended its two probing ear-like feelers before clambering onto the other intruder and doing the same. Uninterested by these two bodies, it then left to gnaw on the bonsai in the living room. During the period where Fang Zhao had brought it to Huangzhou, the leaves of the bonsai plant had grown luxuriantly once again. 2 pots were even flowering. As for the 2 unconscious intruders, they had been stung once more when the rabbit had gone to investigate them. Huang Art Advanced Studies Student Dormitory. Nan Feng, Yen Biao and Zui Yu were all at Fang Zhao's dormitory. Fang Zhao had already told them about the thieves' visit to his Yenzhou house and had contacted Silver Wing. Silver Wing knew how to handle this since they were experienced in these matters. And, with Fang Zhao's status, the company didn't dare be negligent. Fang Zhao believed that he would get a reply shortly. It would also take quite a while for Fang Zhao to go home. Fortunately, there hadn't been any classified documents or shameful things left there, so he didn't need to worry about the outcome. Silver Wing's personnel had asked Fang Zhao whether he would like the matter to be handled in secret or openly. In secret meant that Silver Wing would privately investigate, while openly meant contacting the police. Fang Zhao chose openly. Of course, regardless of whichever choice was taken, it would still be conducted in a discreet manner as Fang Zhao was a public figure. Currently, Nan Feng couldn't sit still, and his face was pale. Luckily, Fang Zhao didn't have any incriminating stuff left in the house, so there was no need to worry about secret news being leaked. But 80 million. There was a sea slug valued at 80 million inside the apartment. The most expensive item in the entire house. Would an experienced thief miss it? Even those limited edition gaming helmets added up couldn't match up to the sea slug's value. Perhaps the thief had broken in specifically to steal the sea slug. Nan Feng sorely regretted his decision. Indeed, this expensive item should have been brought along all the time. Previously, when Fang Zhao had brought it to the dormitory, he had only paid attention to it at the start before his focus had turned to curly hair. After all, curly hair was worth 200 million, and with his military merits, curly hair's hidden value was even greater. But, this didn't mean that he didn't have to cherish the 80 million. Nan Feng was already preparing himself for the eventuality of the sea slug being stolen. He consoled himself by thinking, luckily curly hair is always by Fang Zhao's side. Turning his head, Nan Feng saw curly hair lying listlessly at Fang Zhao's side. Nan Feng took a closer look and was startled. "Boss, why is curly hair crying?" Yen Biao and Zui Yu also looked over. They hadn't noticed it previously, but after hearing what Nan Feng had said, they now noticed that curly hair's face had obvious tear stains as though he had been crying. Dogs cry too? Yen Biao was curious. Despite having been Fang Zhao's bodyguard for so long, he had never seen curly hair cry before. He had never kept a dog before and didn't really pay much attention to pets. He really didn't know that dogs could cry. Of course dogs cry. An old comrade of mine had a dog that liked to cry. It would cry whenever it got scolded. Crying whenever it got scolded. Nan Feng and the other two glanced at the expressionless Fang Zhao, who had remained silent up till now before looking at the listless curly hair. Was this because of a scolding from Fang Zhao? Sensing the gaze of those three, Fang Zhao glanced at curly hair and said, he got upset and cried when he heard that his home was broken into. Oh, so that was the case. Understood, understood. I nearly shed tears when I learnt about it too. The trio nodded their heads simultaneously, but deep down they didn't think this way. What did curly hair know? He was surely scolded by boss. They reckoned that Fang Zhao had given curly hair a fierce scolding before they arrived here. Or, perhaps, Fang Zhao had vented his anger from learning that his place was broken into on curly hair. Fang Zhao wasn't in any mood to care about what the trio were thinking. Even the matter of the break-in at his house was secondary. Right now, what was being considered most in his mind was still curly hair. This dog spoke. Then, Fang Zhao discovered that this dog seemed like he didn't realize that he had opened his mouth and spoken. Just like the previous time when he had subconsciously hummed along to the game background music, Curly Hair wasn't aware that he had spoken human language. Perhaps his attention was focused on his 3 gaming consoles that were stolen. No, those are my gaming consoles. When did they become his? Fang Zhao frowned and sized up Curly Hair on the ground beside him. Before calling the trio over, Fang Zhao had told Curly Hair that he was forbidden from making a sound. It would be a problem if others heard him speaking human language. Curly Hair really hadn't made a single sound, but from what he saw, if the gaming helmets were really stolen, he would really cry once more. It was reasonable to say that those with the ability to bypass and deactivate the security and surveillance systems would very likely be able to steal everything and retreat before the police arrived. On the trip to Whale Island, Curly Hair hadn't learnt much, but he had learnt to cry. Fang Zhao had also asked Curly Hair how he knew that there was a break-in at home. Curly Hair wasn't able to explain. To be precise, he couldn't say it clearly. The pronunciation had been very weird, like a kid who hadn't learned how to speak yet. The only 2 sentences that had been somewhat clear were Fang Zhao and my game console has been stolen. Those had been blurted out anxiously. After that, through the dormitory's gaming helmet and pop-up screen, Curly Hair had typed a few key words in the dialog box so Fang Zhao could roughly guess what he meant. How did Curly Hair know there was someone stealing the gaming helmets? Because he had bound himself to the display cabinet where the gaming helmet was stored. Using his own method. And it couldn't be easily discovered. As for how he had established such a connection, and how he knew this method. For Curly Hair, he had just suddenly discovered how to do it. Using it was just as easy as eating and drinking. It was just like the innate ability of a baby to drink milk. However, it was still somewhat different because it wasn't innate for Curly Hair. He hadn't even aware of it until the day he had stared at the display cabinet. As he stared and stared, he had developed a feeling that it had been bound to him. In short, Curly Hair couldn't explain it. While Fang Zhao was mulling over the issue with Curly Hair, the reply from Yanzhou finally came. Silver Wing had established a small temporary team to handle this matter immediately after receiving Fang Zhao's call. The one who contacted Fang Zhao was the leader of this small team. He had also been the one to inform the police. Nothing should have been stolen. The 2 intruders were also apprehended, but the situation is a little problematic. The team leader watched as 2 stretchers were loaded into an emergency flying transport. When we arrived, the 2 were lying on the ground with their entire bodies considerably swollen. Their identities have already been confirmed. Those 2 are on the police's A-grade wanted list. They are suspected to be poisoned and are in critical condition. Emergency treatment had to be administered immediately. Any longer and we would have to contact forensics. There is no way of keeping this matter under wraps anymore. It's best if you come over tomorrow. You might be required to cooperate with the investigation. Upon hearing this, Fang Zhao revealed a strange facial expression. All right, I got it. The team leader paused before lowering his voice. Do you hide any dangerous drugs in your home? No, Fang Zhao replied. The other party asked another question before ending the call. After hanging up, Nanfeng asked anxiously, how is it? Was the sea slug stolen? No, it was in its tank when the police arrived. Nanfeng heaved a sigh of relief and then asked without any hope, were the thieves caught? They were apprehended and are being rescued, Fang Zhao replied. The trio? Rescue? Curly Hair was whimpering at the side. Fang Zhao cast a glance at him and said, the gaming helmets and other valuable items weren't taken. Nothing was stolen. Fang Zhao got Suiyu and Yen Biao to head over to Qian City first. He would return after the end of tomorrow's classes. Currently in Yanzhou's Qian City. The leader of the Silver Wing team handling Fang Zhao's matter had tightly furrowed brows. He was busy contacting the hospital, trying his best to find out exactly what toxins those 2 suffered from and how they had become poisoned. At the same time, he was also trying to guess exactly what Fang Zhao kept hidden in his home. He reckoned that Fang Zhao surely was hiding something. Perhaps he even had some prohibited items that he wasn't willing to reveal. Since Fang Zhao had chosen to handle this openly, it probably didn't involve S**X, gambling or drugs. However, Fang Zhao had Black Street history. The in-charge was worried that Fang Zhao perhaps was trafficking other prohibited medications. These sorts of highly toxic drugs weren't easy to deal with. Sigh, how troublesome. The matter had been expected to be wrapped up quickly and quietly, yet it had now turned out this way. Silverwing simply had no way of keeping this matter under wraps in the short term, and the identities of those two intruders meant that this matter wouldn't be set aside lightly. In the same building a few floors lower, a certain internet personality had started his live stream. Against the backdrop of the night sky, he was artistically dramatizing and entertaining his viewers. He was totally absorbed in it when an emergency flying transport zipped past rapidly with its flickering and noisy siren. The internet personality stopped his exposition and aimed his camera upwards. Seems like the penthouse apartment has some issue. I wonder what happened. There are police too. It isn't some malicious case, is it? How scary. As he was speaking, he received a push notification from a media outlet he followed. He opened the notification, which was a news item with a photograph of the top-floor penthouse apartment. It had been taken by an entertainment reporter from another building, so the angle was different. But a few uniformed policemen and the emergency flying transport that was landing could be made out in the photograph. When he continued to scroll down the article and saw the apartment owner, the internet personality was shocked. His first reaction, what the F***ck? Fang Zhao lives above me. His second reaction, something big happened. There were police and an emergency flying transport. How could it be a small matter? If it involved anyone else, everyone would just treat it as tonight's news, and it would pass after seeing and discussing it. But the one involved now was a celebrity. A celebrity famous in all 12 continents of the world. He had even appeared on the news quite recently. Live stream viewers also started stirring up the news immediately when they heard what was being said. There weren't just viewers from Yenzhou but other continents as well. Something happened in Fang Zhao's house. It's been verified. 2 Yenzhou journalists have already posted this news on social media platforms. The eyes of that internet personality widened as he saw the number of online viewers increasing exponentially. He excitedly browsed a few more web pages and platforms. For the time being, 3 entertainment reporters have claimed that the one staying in the top-floor penthouse is Fang Zhao. It shouldn't be wrong then, but we still don't know exactly what happened in Fang Zhao's house. It is probably serious. Now, Qian City entertainment reporters are simply like flies that have caught the scent of sure. Bears that have smelled honey and started digging for the truth. I will continue paying attention to this. I wonder if I can head up for a look. 110, police hotline, plus 120, emergency hotline, equals serious incident. 110 plus 120 plus celebrity. Furthermore, it's one of Yenzhou's most resplendent stars in the past 2 years. Netizens couldn't be serious about it. Besides Fang Zhao fans, the majority of others that focused on this were doing so purely to join in the excitement. How curious. That was the Fang Zhao who had been hotly discussed some time back. A genius artist in the eyes of many. Fiery Bird's hand-picked endorser for their new products. A young role model who was showered by praises from various continents' authoritative publications and official military media outlets. Negative news has finally emerged. 5 minutes later, someone in Huangzhou verified that Fang Zhao was in Huangart. 2 hours later, Huangart students saw Fang Zhao in class. He could not have been in Yenzhou. Then, who exactly was currently living in Fang Zhao's apartment? A relative? Friend? Or? Nanfeng's face turned dark as he explored all the various imaginative guesses. Boss, do you want to go online and release an explanation? Nanfeng showed the recent push notifications from entertainment news sources to Fang Zhao. There were already 4 bold headlines from media outlets that had been sent out in succession concerning Fang Zhao. Hidden romance exposed. Secret lady appears in Fang Zhao's grand residence. Startling. Popular star fools all by keeping a paramour in a golden mansion. Sudden raid on Fang Zhao's grand mansion by Yenzhou police. Many arrested. Fang Zhao's image crumbling. Insider leaks. It has been at least 3 months already. Once the first photograph appeared, many entertainment tabloids released their own takes within an hour. Their formats were all the same, that first photograph followed by completely fabricated contents. What about the truth? The truth was important, but site traffic was even more important. At this time, what they were fighting for was site traffic. Whoever could grab more site traffic first would earn more money. Were rumors in the entertainment industry called rumor mongering? It was called hyping. What would happen if there weren't any topics to report when the truth came out? It was better to earn a bunch first before anything else. These entertainment reporters also weren't just blindly fabricating. They even gave various analysis and explanations to make it sound as though it were the truth. Fang Zhao's graduation was nearing, and he had been busy with preparing his graduation concert. Together with the Whale Island Conference, he had indeed disappeared for quite a period of time. The netizens' line of thought were swayed as they read the analysis of these entertainment reporters. When they thought about Fang Zhao's previous disappearance, these reasonings seemed to make sense. There were photographs and the actual fact that Fang Zhao had recently returned to Qian City for today before leaving hurriedly. Perhaps, just as this entertainment reporter guessed, Fang Zhao had come over to meet his lover. Or, perhaps it was some unspeakable matter that yet another entertainment reporter said. After all, even the police were mobilized. Entertainment reporters fabricated stories vigorously, and netizens online became very excited just reading all the news. Some media outlets who hadn't gotten in on the first round of hype coveted the site traffic that others were getting and also joined the party soon after. Those trying to muddy his name also wouldn't let such an opportunity slip by. Silver Wing couldn't be allowed to just cover up this incident. Of course, there were also some who felt disdain towards this sort of news. Wang Tai was one such example. He wouldn't fabricate random lies and falsehoods. He only released definitive evidence. Their professional principles were different from his. Ordinarily, they would go about earning their own money and not cross paths. On the surface, they would still appear harmonious despite what they thought deep down. Right now, Wang Tai turned his nose up and scoffed at all these so-called truths all over the internet. If Fang Zhao really wanted to hide something, do you think that trash like you would be able to discover it? Although Wang Tai didn't dabble in Fang Zhao's matters, he was also rather curious towards this incident and felt an unbearable itch. He wasn't the sort that would stand at the side and glare at others, so he used a few dummy accounts to comment. It is obvious that Fang Zhao notified the police voluntarily. Perhaps someone suffered at Fang Zhao's hands. It's just that we do not know who are the unlucky ones. Wang Tai was happy to view it as a joke and aired his views as long as he wasn't the one suffering from that misfortune. In Liuzhou, Zero was just about to take a nap. Over the past few days, he had been dragged by his dad into training. He was really tired and wanted to rest whenever he had any free time. Unfortunately, he had just shut his eyes when Wu Tianhao rang him up. Have you seen the news that just came out online? Someone's public persona is going to come crashing down. Wu Tianhao giggled deviously. Zero yawned. Not a big deal. This happens every day in the news. I'm sick of hearing about them already. Fang Zhao has gotten into trouble. Wu Tianhao was clearly excited. All traces of Zero's sleepiness vanished. Who? Some of the Renault family's core members had attended the Whale Island Conference. Zero's father was among them. Thus, they knew a little about the matter of Fang Zhao rendering meritorious services during the conference period. They looked at Fang Zhao, and then thought about their very own Zero. Thus, after the Whale Island conference concluded, Zero was forced into training by his father. During this period, what he heard the most was, "Look at Fang Zhao." Zero was delighted upon hearing that Fang Zhao had a scandal now. After searching the internet and seeing all sorts of stuff, Zero got so excited that his spittle went flying everywhere. Seeing how secretive he is being means that he surely has a guilty conscience. Based on my experience of over 2 decades in the entertainment industry, it's almost certain that he has a secret lover in his mansion. How awesome! Fang Zhao actually did something that even I wouldn't dare do. Renault family elders had told Zero to go about his love life and friendships openly instead of hiding them. It couldn't be helped. The Renault family elders were also worried. It wasn't that they were strict, but that they were concerned about Zero's limited intelligence. His family members were afraid he could be implicated in trouble if he wasn't careful. Since he hadn't been able to vent all his excitement with Wu Tianhao, Zero then went to contact Chu Bo. "Bobo, did you know that Fang Zhao has gotten into trouble?" Chu Bo had just finished performing a concert. His family had criticized him for failing to control himself and using 2 lines of expletives. He had been sulking dejectedly in his own recording studio without checking the internet. The news that Zero brought immediately raised his spirits. For real. Chu Bo went online to browse through the news. The sides of his lips curled upwards. To think that there would be a day like this for him. Chu Bo had complex sentiments regarding Fang Zhao. He felt that Fang Zhao was a rather good person, but after being scared into silence by Fang Zhao during that concert, he had always felt a psychological scar in his heart. Now, he had dissipated it with some difficulty, but it wasn't completely gone. Seeing that Fang Zhao could also have a scandal helped ease his psychological scar considerably. See, Fang Zhao is also just a normal person. There is nothing to be afraid of. With that thought, Chu Bo made a call to Fang Zhao to express his sympathy and ask whether he required any help. If he could make Fang Zhao owe him a favor, Chu Bo felt that whatever traces of that psychological scar would no longer exist. Chu Bo had always thought that people more impressive than himself wouldn't come begging to him and he wouldn't need to take action. On the contrary, those that needed help would surely be inferior to himself. Since he can't compare to me, what is there to be afraid of? Thus, Fang Zhao received calls with consolation intent from Zero, Wu Tianhao, Chu Bo and others, although they couldn't even hide their joyous delight in his misfortune. Fang Zhao. Are this bunch of kids asking for a whooping? Of course, besides Zero and the bunch, Fang Zhao also received calls from many people. Even Mo Lang had specially called to offer help. These people were genuinely showing concern. Although the police were still investigating and details weren't convenient to divulge, Fang Zhao still told them that it wasn't a big matter and that all the news online was fabricated. The truth would come to light as long as they waited. While the internet was abuzz with conjectures, Sui Yu and Yen Biao arrived in Qian City and headed to Fang Zhao's home. There were 2 police officers on guard there. After identifying themselves, Sui Yu and Yen Biao went inside. Upon seeing the apartment that had been messily rummaged through, Sui Yu clicked his tongue. It's about time boss moves to a new place. With Fang Zhao's current status, staying here was unsuitable indeed. For ordinary people, this place was indeed luxurious. However, it was insufficient for a public figure who had lots of exposure in the entertainment circle. Yen Biao surveyed all over before halting his gaze at the aquarium. The 80 million is still here. In accordance to Fang Zhao's instructions, Yen Biao took out his communications device and made a video call to Fang Zhao. We have already arrived, boss. Yen Biao let Fang Zhao view the situation of his house. It doesn't seem too bad. Fang Zhao only casually looked at the somewhat messy apartment before telling Yen Biao, check whether the aquarium's lid is unlocked. Yen Biao went closer and took a look. It's unlocked. The aquarium can be opened. Fang Zhao's silence was somewhat longer this time. Boss? Yen Biao was a little puzzled. Sui Yu had also been carefully inspecting at the side. He had heard that the two people that had broken in were found unconscious here, but he hadn't discovered any marks. Fang Zhao took a deep breath before instructing, stick a memo at the side of the aquarium that says, extremely venomous, stay away. Write the words big and make sure it is eye-catching. Sui Yu and Yen Biao said. Boss, do you mean, those two, were stung? Amuncham. Sui Yu and Yen Biao both took a step back simultaneously. Fang Zhao glanced around and saw that the two bonsais in the living room had been nibbled on. Clearly, the rabbit in the aquarium had been out. Having confirmed his suspicions, Fang Zhao once again applied for leave to return to Yenzhou after he ended classes on the second day. The two perpetrators that had been rushed to the hospital were finally out of critical condition but were still unconscious. The police were aware that these two were afflicted with sea slug venom and also had questions for Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao was cooperative and produced the ownership permit as well as various other documents concerning it. The permit was comprehensive and there were no issues with Fang Zhao's right to breed it. The police had also checked the sea slug feed in Fang Zhao's house. Commonly seen pets like sea slugs couldn't be fed with highly toxic food without approval. Although the police had already confirmed that the feed within Fang Zhao's apartment was completely non-toxic, it still didn't mean that whatever that was fed to the sea slug in the past wasn't toxic. Afterwards, by comparing what had happened to experimental results from various sea slug researchers, the final conclusion was: what caused these two to be lying in hospital is just a venom it composes within its body from the energy gained through photosynthesis. It is only released when it feels under threat and has nothing to do with its food. If it had really been given toxic food, even if there were just a slight bit of toxicity, those two would have already stopped breathing before the police arrived. Police officers. So, those two deserved it. The pot and condiments lying around the kitchen had made the intentions of those two obvious. It could only be said that those two had been asking for it by breaking in. Served them right for getting stung. And they were fortunate that Fang Zhao hadn't fed it any toxic foodstuff. However, one more unsolved mystery remained. The surface area on their bodies that were stung was too huge. How had it been done? Could it be those two had hugged the sea slug and rolled around? Those questions would have to wait until those two regained consciousness. Right now, there were no longer any problems for Fang Zhao. The personnel dispatched by Silver Wing to handle Fang Zhao's incident also heaved a sigh of relief. No wonder Fang Zhao had dared to make a police report. Fang Zhao hadn't done anything illegal nor did he have any of those shady dealings. He had believed Fang Zhao's issue to be much more complicated, but that wasn't the case. However, the matter couldn't be hidden. All sorts of rumors were flying all over on the internet. Now, they needed the police to clarify matters as nobody would believe the credibility of any statement that Silverwing issued. There was also the need to contact authoritative media outlets as their words held weight. The follow-up actions would all be handled by one of Silverwing's teams. Thus, a day after this incident, an authoritative Yenzhou media outlet released a piece of news. Two fugitives broke into Fang Zhao's residence late at night. They tried to cook a sea slug worth 80 million, but ended up in the hospital fighting for their lives. Everyone that had been waiting an entire day to hear from an authoritative media outlet. People across the globe who were paying attention to this news were also shocked. Ha ha ha, what sort of stupid news is this? Those two are especially foolish. Yeah, they should have some intelligence if they could break in. Come on, they were nearly poisoned to death from trying to eat a sea slug. I suspect that this was planned by Fang Zhao. How could there be such stupid thieves? Fang Zhao again? Hyped again? Or is it fabricated to hide some truths? Fabricate my *SS. Yenzhou's Qian City Police Department has already confirmed the identities of those two. There is even an official stamp. This is real news. Those two are A-listed wanted criminals by the police. This time Fang Zhao's pet sea slug has rendered a meritorious service. For real. A-list wanted criminals. If that is true, I just want to say something to those two. King deserved it. As expected from my idol. Even the sea slug he keeps can apprehend thieves. A certain person from the Pet magazine who had once evaluated Fang Zhao's two pets said, as if trying to clear his grievances, I said it before, that one is really very dangerous. Do you all believe me now? Back then, my arm was nearly been crippled despite just a touch while wearing a thick glove. I really wasn't doing it wrongly. That rabbit is just that savage. In no time, more and more authoritative media outlets reported on this matter. The truth was that two thieves had broken in to steal stuff and had been stung and sent to the hospital by Fang Zhao's sea slug. Authoritative media outlets didn't have that much clickbait and had a tendency to state the truth, so they were also more trusted by people. As these authoritative outlets released their say, netizens also no longer suspected that Fang Zhao was involved in any shady incident. Slowly, more and more people placed their attention on Fang Zhao's sea slug. I want the detailed information and purchase info of the same type of sea slug that Fang Zhao has. Price negotiable. A certain Fang Zhao fan posted this excitedly on social media platforms. Don't bother. In the whole world, there is only one like that which carries extraterrestrial genes. The sort that has half extraterrestrial genes isn't that easy to rear. I found the old issue of Pet magazine where there was an introduction to that sea slug of Fang Zhao's. Its estimated value was 80 million. I remember this. Fang Zhao's one can also emit light and made sea slug lamps a fad. Those two thieves are idiots. It would probably fetch many millions on the black market. To think that professional thieves would only concern themselves with eating. That's not entirely accurate. I have asked many people. There are many people willing to rear that kind of sea slug. However, I have never seen anyone willing to secretly purchase one on the black market and rear it. Not many would dare rear that sea slug in secret. Its diet, needs, and other information are completely unknown because it is a hybrid variety. People would be worried about killing it by accident if they aren't careful. Who would dare ignore this risk after spending 80 million on it? Makes sense. It seems that those two thieves weren't willing to take such a risk and felt that they might as well consume a sea slug worth 80 million. That is great value too. Ha 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 ha, didn't they end up in hospital after being stung? Idiots. Speaking of things, this incident reminds me of that film that was released sometime back which was about a sea slug. Yes, same here. As the subject and topic changed over and over, the film about the sea slug was mentioned. The plot was about a highly intelligent sea slug. Everyone had just treated it as a science fiction story just for entertainment, but the incident in Fang Zhao's home led to more discussion about it. In no time, the online discussions went from the two wanted fugitives to Fang Zhao's extremely valuable sea slug to whether there was any possibility of hybrid sea slugs ever entering the mass consumer market. Finally, the topic shifted to whether that sort of demonic sea slug portrayed in the film existed. Thus, the sea slug film that had already seen a sharp decline in the box office started to rise again. Fang Zhao received a call from Tan Min when he got home. Fang Zhao had run into Tan Min, the diver who had switched careers to become a director, back while sourcing sea slug feed when he had been invited to the Coral Archipelago to attend the Coral Film Festival. At that time, Fang Zhao had been won over by his movie's purpose of advocating the conservation of the ocean, so he had invested in Tan Min's film that revolved around a sea slug. The film had been released not too long ago and did decently. It couldn't be considered a box office hit, but at least it had made a profit. After all, it was a small-scale production, not a mega blockbuster. But after this happened, Fang Zhao brought about a new wave of interest in sea slugs. Tan Min also didn't let this opportunity for publicity slip by. Seeing the box office sales rising again, he excitedly gave a call to Fang Zhao. A friend of mine says to make the most of this opportunity. We can surely turn our minor profits into major profits. I was just talking to 2 video streaming platforms regarding the copyrights. Fang Zhao, perhaps you will even get a 300% return on your principal. This is only a conservative estimate. If we're lucky, this film might even join the tenfold profit club. How awesome would that be? Tan Min said this confidently. His voice was bright and crisp, and his eyes glowed with ambition when he mentioned the tenfold profit club. Only Tan Min himself knew the hardships of becoming a director with just the background of a diver. The success this time around was only a fluke, but it gave him confidence and faith. Tan Min felt that his director prospects were still rather bright. Thus, he wasn't stingy with his benefactor, Fang Zhao. After using Fang Zhao's popularity to do another round of marketing that made the box office numbers soar, he wanted to quickly let Fang Zhao know that he wasn't someone who became ungrateful after earning lots of money. Fang Zhao chuckled after listening to what Tan Min had said. You don't have to return it. Donate my entire share of profit from this film to the Ocean Environment and Ecology Conservation Fund. You are more familiar with the organization, so do as you see fit. On the other end of the call, Tan Min paused and asked, "Don't donate all of it?" This isn't a small sum. All of it, Fang Zhao said firmly. Upon confirming that Fang Zhao's intentions were to really donate the money and weren't an act for money laundering, Tan Min was suddenly moved. He started to reflect and wonder whether the benefits that lay before his eyes had clouded his mind. In the beginning, he had changed careers from a diver to a director because he wanted to show people the charm of the ocean as well as increase awareness in the importance of protecting the oceans. He had nearly forgotten his own initial aspirations. I will also donate. Tan Min choked up. You don't need to. You still need to leave enough capital to make a living. This is only the beginning. You still have to prepare more future works, Fang Zhao said gently. Tan Min, who hadn't been thinking clearly, felt as though a basin of cold water had been poured over his head and cooled him down. He had to face reality. Yes, he couldn't compare with Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao was someone who could just donate his reward of many billions like it was nothing. When he ended the call with Tan Min, Fang Zhao went online to check the situation of the film and help publicize it a little. After that, he once again pondered his home break-in. The focus of the police was on the 2 wanted criminals. As for other questions such as the hybrid sea slug's method of stinging and other details, the police only asked for a rough outline. They were somewhat surprised upon finding out that this sea slug could open its own aquarium. This new variety of sea slug had extraterrestrial genes and was worth 80 million. Strictly speaking, it could probably be considered a new species. With that in mind, this peculiarity could still be considered acceptable. Even so, Fang Zhao stayed in Yenzhou for 2 more days to cooperate with investigation. The police suspected that somebody was targeting Fang Zhao and those 2 wanted criminals hadn't selected their target at random. The police in charge of the investigation had asked Fang Zhao for any leads. Had he offended anyone? Did he suspect anyone? Currently, they couldn't get much information out of the mouths of those 2 criminals. Fang Zhao really couldn't think of any right away. There were too many people who had been offended by him. He had obstructed the paths of quite a number of people and had probably incurred the fury of many. Whatever it is, you still have to take note of your own safety. Nanfeng said nervously. Also, it's best if you move houses, boss. You can no longer stay here. Many Yenzhou entertainment reporters have their attention on this place and have found a variety of reasons to visit some households below. Since this place has already been exposed, you should move to a safer and more private place. I have already contacted a few friends to ask about some suitable districts in Yenzhou. Luckily, you still haven't graduated from your advanced studies yet, so you basically don't live here. Nanfeng suggested that the best option would be the one of those detached villas so that at least Fang Zhao wouldn't be subjected to sneak photography from the floors above and below. Ever since people living below in this building had learned that Fang Zhao stayed here, camera drones around the size of houseflies were seen flying around trying to take sneak shots. And, they even had the cheek to say that they were photographing the city's skyscape. What be *LLSH**T? There's no rush. You just continue finding out more first, Fang Zhao said. Currently, this place really wasn't suitable for living anymore. However, finding another place wasn't too urgent. In 2 days, Fang Zhao still needed to return to Huangzhou to continue his studies, so there was still time to find a place. As they were talking, Nanfeng received a new message. Since Fang Zhao didn't have a manager, his assistant Nanfeng was acting concurrently as his liaison and could basically be somewhat considered to be a semi-manager. People would seek out Nanfeng when they couldn't contact Fang Zhao. Zuiyu was seated at the side and noticed Nanfeng's strange expression. He asked, "What is it now?" Nanfeng glanced at Fang Zhao and said, "They're seeking an endorsement from boss." "What sort of endorsement?" Zuiyu was curious. "Black pot." Nanfeng showed an image to Fang Zhao and Zuiyu while explaining, "This is the photograph of Boss Kitchen that was leaked earlier, the one showing the pot and condiments the 2 criminals had taken out to cook the 80 million, RC slug. The brand of the pot has already been determined by netizens. Now, the manufacturer wishes to ask Boss to endorse their cookware. Will you endorse it?" Nanfeng looked to Fang Zhao. "No," Fang Zhao replied. While saying that, Fang Zhao received a call on his end and smiled when he saw the name of the caller. "Nazi. Long time no see." The caller was Nadiwuzi, the boss of Space, which was a music night club in Qian City. He was also one of the top 3 speed-strumming maestros in the entire world. Nazi was a name that his close friends and families used. "I heard that you encountered some troubles over at your end. How about coming here and having some fun? You wouldn't have to worry about harassment from entertainment reporters," Nadiwuzi spoke slowly. "I remember you mentioned some interest towards antiques. I have just received some small objects from the old era. Come over and have a look." Despite saying this much, Nadiwuzi's hands were itching. He wanted to find a guitar strumming partner. It just so happened that Fang Zhao was trying to avoid reporters at this time. Also, he was indeed interested in those old-era objects that Nadiwuzi was talking about. "Zuiyu, you and I will go over. Yen Biao and Nanfeng stay home," Fang Zhao said. Yen Biao had been the driver the previous time they went out, so it was Zuiyu's turn now. "Boss, I will go too. Zuiyu alone isn't enough." Nanfeng and Yen Biao exclaimed at the same time. "No need, you two keep an eye on them." Fang Zhao pointed at the sea slug that was locked back in its aquarium once again and then at Curly Hair, who was still standing guard over the display cabinet. Nanfeng and Yen Biao still wished to persuade Fang Zhao more, but they ultimately shut up. It was just too bad that they had a boss who could fight and run better than themselves. They felt that they would be nothing more than ornaments if they went, so they couldn't find it in them to change Fang Zhao's mind. After Fang Zhao and Zuiyu left, Yen Biao sat on the sofa in silence. After a while, he looked at the time and kicked Nanfeng, who was sending messages. He used his chin to gesture Nanfeng to look at Curly Hair. This dog Curly Hair has been crouched there ever since coming back. That display cabinet and him have been staring lovingly at each other for an entire day. More accurately, it should be considered a one-sided love from the dog. Nanfeng raised an eyebrow and said without much thought, "He is helping boss guard his belongings." Besides the 80 million sea slug in the apartment, the other items in the display cabinet are the most valuable. Good dogs are like this. They are silent and faithful guards that won't let outsiders steal a single brick or tile from this house. "Oh, really?" Yen Biao didn't believe that. He kept feeling that Curly Hair's gaze on that display cabinet was filled with a fiery passion. Yet another hour passed. Curly Hair was still crouched before the display cabinet in his original position. Even the dog food placed by his side was untouched. Yen Biao looked at the display cabinet and thought about what Nan Feng had said. He then glanced at Curly Hair and laughed silently. This little thing was rather interesting. The way he stared at those belongings seemed genuine. It was as though he would chase anyone who stole any of these items to the ends of the earth. Fang Zhao's first visit to space had been on the recommendation of Silver Wing Gaming Department Manager Wayne to check out what people of the same age were like. At that time, he hadn't completely adapted to his new identity and hadn't understood how a young person normally behaved. He had wanted to learn how to be more lively, enthusiastic and flamboyant. Luo Yunyang had been willing to experience some new places for the sake of creating music that could be accepted by youngsters of the new era. It was also at Space where he had met Nadewuzi. Space was a music entertainment venue and Nadewuzi's private domain was located above Space. No guest was allowed up unless Nadewuzi personally invited them. Fang Zhao got Suiyu to stop the car at the place where Nadewuzi had mentioned. The person waiting for them brought Fang Zhao and Suiyu upstairs. Nadewuzi's private domain was silent most of the time. Nadewuzi also practiced the guitar in soundproof rooms. The corridors were so quiet that it had a solemn vibe. Fang Zhao's arrival broke this solemnness. "Teacher Fang, this way please. The boss is already waiting for you." A bodyguard in black waiting at the corridor indicated with a smile on his face. Zuiyu eyed that person and thought to himself, "Teacher Fang. It was only Mr. Fang the last time. Has boss's status increased, or has their level of sucking up risen? Was it better for an artist's bodyguard to be more candid or quick-witted?" Secretly observing this bodyguard opposite him who seemed to be doing rather well, Zuiyu decided to discuss this with Yen Biao and Nan Feng when he got back. He wanted to create a reliable persona for himself so that he wouldn't be inferior. Fang Zhao had Zuiyu wait outside while he entered the room Nadewuzi was in. Nadewuzi's nickname was Yenzhou's Shadowless Hands, and he was one of the 3 great speed-strumming maestros in the world. However, Nadewuzi felt the extreme loneliness that all experts felt. "Besides me, others are trash." Nadewuzi's larynx already wasn't good, and he wasn't willing to talk much to begin with. When he did talk, he spoke especially slowly. Nadewuzi also didn't have much desire to speak to people he felt were a bunch of ordinary people. Those who didn't know Nadewuzi would reckon that he probably spent too much time in God's domain and did not interact with mortals who didn't understand music based on this impression. Most of the time, Nadewuzi's assistants and bodyguards were used to their boss's disregard and silence. To their surprise, they had heard Nadewuzi laughing heartily upon Fang Zhao's arrival, which was a complete 180 from the everyday silence they were so accustomed to. "Fang Zhao. Long time no see." Nadewuzi stuffed a guitar into Fang Zhao's hands upon seeing him. "Still remember how to strum?" Nadewuzi was worried that perhaps Fang Zhao hadn't touched a guitar in a long time and had gotten rusty. "I haven't forgotten." Fang Zhao took the guitar. There are also instrument mastery classes in Huang Art's advanced study course. "That's great then." Nadewuzi didn't waste any more time and strummed a chord for Fang Zhao. The room was soundproof, and the guitar sounds were isolated within. Zuiyu and Nadewuzi's bodyguard stood guard outside. Naturally, they didn't just stand there in silence. When bodyguard met bodyguard, mutual bragging and exchange was commonplace. Nadewuzi's bodyguard had also brought some tea, water and refreshments. Alcohol was out of the question though. Bodyguards weren't supposed to touch any alcohol while on duty. The bodyguard Zuiyu had been examining had been promoted to Nadewuzi's personal bodyguard earlier that year. He and a few other bodyguards were the ones who would accompany Nadewuzi outside. They were the highest paid bodyguards here. Nadiwuzi's bodyguard was curious about Fang Zhao's bodyguard, so he asked Suiyu about his general job. Suiyu smiled faintly. We accompany the boss wherever he goes. We also have assignments when boss is home and comply with everything he says. That bodyguard was stunned for a bit. You still have assignments when your boss doesn't go out? Suiyu maintained his collected smile. Of course. Too many assignments. For example, feeding the pets, walking the dog, attending training classes. All of that stuff cannot be said. The bodyguard sitting opposite seemed to have processed something else in his mind and said with respect and admiration, being trusted by the boss for important assignments demonstrates the bodyguard's value. Impressive. Cough, you are too kind. Suiyu maintained his stoic expression. As the two bodyguards chatted, they talked about experiences on the job and their philosophy when dealing with matters. Afterwards, they started to brag about their own bosses. Our boss's speech might sound sluggish, but he becomes a tornado the moment he picks up a guitar. Two total extremes. However, geniuses always have their own quirks. You can't judge a person by their appearance. Nadiwuzi's bodyguard acted as though it was an honor just to bask in the halo of his boss's genius. Suiyu nodded his head in approval. Indeed. Just like our boss. Most of the time, he seems like a gentle and cultured person. But when he plays games, he becomes a monster. He's so vile, explosive. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to produce so many epic tunes. Some of them can even cure illnesses. He was an outstanding employee, he couldn't say that his boss was vicious when beating up people. Nadiwuzi's bodyguard didn't think much of it. Nadiwuzi's people believed that Fang Zhao was a musician and artist. When Fang Zhao had arrived, Nadiwuzi's bodyguards had categorized Fang Zhao as an artistic youth. Back then, the incident of Fang Zhao taking on 6 men at space had already long been blurred by his image of an artistic youth. Was that fighting? That had just been disco dancing. Nadiwuzi's bodyguard then said, actually, us bodyguards for celebrities don't have it easy. Although our salaries are high, sometimes the mental pressure is really great. I reckon that the amount the boss talks to us in 1 month isn't even as much as he has spoken to Fang Zhao today. I can't help but feel like we are disregarded. Suiyu still had the faint smile plastered on his face. I understand. The pressure of being a salted fish was also great. While the two outside were sharing the stresses of being bodyguards, Fang Zhao and Nadiwuzi strummed up a storm on their guitars. After feeling sated from all the strumming, Nadiwuzi asked Fang Zhao about his recent incident and asked whether he needed help. He also recommended a few suitable residential districts to Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao talked about it briefly and then asked, didn't you say that you obtained some new artifacts from the old era? Let me see them. I nearly forgot. Nadiwuzi brought Fang Zhao to his storeroom. Everything in this storeroom is an artifact. However, those at the top are genuine, while those at the bottom are imitations. Imitations are easy to find. Nadiwuzi's father had been an archaeologist who loved collecting antiques. Thus, Nadiwuzi had also inherited part of his father's enthusiasm. However, he still had a preference for guitars and various old-era instruments. Everything else had less precedence. However, he was still rather interested in general and would store old-era antiques on his display shelves whenever he obtained some. He would also get someone to construct an imitation and would fiddle with these imitations from time to time. He couldn't bear to mess around with the genuine ones even if they had been restored and reinforced. After 500 years, they could still be damaged easily no matter how much restoration was done. Besides, even if these things were fully restored to their original condition, they still couldn't be compared to the imitations made from new materials of the new era. Nadiwuzi explained to Fang Zhao what these newly obtained old-era artifacts were as well as their uses in the old era. This is a type of mobile phone from the old era. Its damage is rather severe so we can't determine its original appearance. Take a look at the restored imitation on the shelf below. That is its complete image. Apparently, this is still an even earlier model, so it is rather large. In the old era, it was also had a nickname, brick cell phone. I really can't imagine how people back then carried such a large thing around to make calls. That would be so inconvenient. Nadiwuzi was still rather pleased to obtain this incomplete brick cell phone. Although it was severely damaged, there currently wasn't another such brick cell phone in the world as well preserved as this one. It was rumored that this had been preserved by many collectors all this time. Otherwise, even the remains wouldn't have existed after so many years. And this too. You definitely won't be able to guess what it is used for. Nadiwuzi showed off his own collection. There were some components of electronic products and even more components of ancient instruments. However, Fang Zhao didn't really care about all these. His attention was on a little box in the corner of the display cabinet. In it was a small circular badge. The surface layer could no longer be seen, and the metal emblem was tarnished. There were some scratches as well as a few dents. Fang Zhao focused his gaze on the remaining words that could still be vaguely seen on the badge, Ding Chuan Secondary School. This was a school badge. An old-era secondary school badge. The badge was deformed and no longer had its fully round shape. The scratches and marks on it seemed to narrate everything that it had gone through. Can I see it? Fang Zhao pointed at that school badge and asked Nadiwuzi. You have an interest in this? Nadiwuzi was astonished. Then, he quickly remembered that Fang Zhao was a youngster, so being interested in old-era school badges was understandable. Go ahead, gloves are over by the side. Control your strength, these small and fine items require more caution. There is an imitation copy of its original appearance. You can play with that right away. Nadiwuzi didn't have much interest in that school badge, but he still had to remind Fang Zhao on the proper way of dealing with antiques. Fang Zhao put on the gloves and carefully picked up the original school badge. His finger brushed the face of the school badge that was littered with scratches. Why? Interested? Nadiwuzi was in good spirits today. Noticing that Fang Zhao was interested in this little badge, Nadiwuzi waved his hand. Take it. And the imitation copy, pick it up and have fun. Fang Zhao looked away from that badge and said, Thank you, I'll transfer you the money. How much? It's yours. This type of antique isn't worth a lot. There are too many types of badges. It wouldn't be sold for too much anyway. Nadiwuzi wasn't lying. There were still quite a lot of badges across different schools that were still well preserved. There were too many school badges that could be collected. With so many around, they weren't as valuable. Only badges from schools that were ranked among the top globally or had special historical significance were valuable. However, those were mainly from universities. Secondary school badges weren't worth much. This school badge was considered to be rather well preserved. But even so, Nadiwuzi had only bought this from someone for only several tens of thousands and was considered a pittance amongst his considerable collection. Several tens of thousands was like pocket change to Nadiwuzi. He would feel embarrassed to even take Fang Zhao's money for it. If it was someone Nadiwuzi disliked, he would haggle over $10, but when it came to Fang Zhao, Nadiwuzi simply didn't wish to take this little bit of money. He just considered it a small gift for Fang Zhao. Nadiwuzi also didn't have a hobby of collecting badges, so he had no qualms giving it away. Fang Zhao gave his thanks once again. He thanked Nadiwuzi for the gift and more importantly thanked Nadiwuzi for letting him see this badge. When it came to badge collecting, secondary school badges, especially those that didn't have any important historical significance, basically did not have much collector's value. Only some people who were interested in badges would collect them. However, the significance for Fang Zhao was different. In the old era, Fang Zhao had gone to school for 3 years at Ding Chuan Secondary School. Today, Ding Chuan City was no more, and Ding Chuan Secondary School had long vanished during the 100-year period of destruction. Fang Zhao had already forgotten how it looked. Nadiwuzi talked too much and only stopped after his throat felt sore. Fang Zhao played the guitar with Nadiwuzi again and then went to the room arranged for him when Nadiwuzi wanted to rest. He didn't have to worry about entertainment reporters in Nadiwuzi's domain. The privacy here was great, and Fang Zhao could have peace for 2 days. After Fang Zhao showered and tidied up a little, Nadiwuzi sent someone to deliver the badge. The small box was separated into 2 layers. The top portion was the genuine article, while the bottom was the imitation. Fang Zhao gave his thanks and declined Nadiwuzi's invitation to go down to space for drinks. He wanted to stay in the room. Then, he put on gloves and picked up that tiny round badge from the box. It hadn't been too convenient before, but now that no one was around, Fang Zhao could take a careful look at this small round badge. The things that had happened during the period of destruction took up way too much of his memory. Too much time had passed, and his memory of the old era had already become very vague. Fang Zhao had once wondered whether it was because of his birth into this body that many of his memories couldn't be found. However, as time passed, Fang Zhao realized that many of his forgotten memories slowly surfaced and his memory became better. However, those things required a catalyst. This secondary school badge was one of those. This secondary school. How long ago was that? What was it like during secondary school? Fang Zhao shut his eyes and tried to search through his memories. As if traversing through endless time and boundless space, Fang Zhao finally found a segment of memory. When some things became clear, the countless fragments melded together into a body. Bam! Fang Zhao was suddenly roused by a sound. A slightly peeling table was before him. There was a marked test paper that required a parent's signature at the bottom corner. A hand pressed the paper to the table as the wind ruffled its edges. Fang Zhao looked at everything in a daze. Feels like I had a long dream. He raised his head. Sunlight spilled through the windows and shone onto the blackboard, tables and chairs. Hushed voices and hearty laughter could be heard. Outside the classroom, people leaned on the banisters while chatting. The weather outside was fine and dandy. As if there was still time for everything. Fang Zhao opened his eyes in the quiet room and returned to his senses from that momentary daze. Clasped in his hand was that somewhat deformed and tarnished metal school badge. Fang Zhao got up and walked to the window. He opened it and was met with the slightly chilly air and the bustling of a large new era city. A night had passed. He breathed in deeply and exhaled. Fang Zhao gazed into the distance but wasn't focused on anything in particular. Slowly, the world also started to become quiet. The clamor of the city was isolated from his ears. Fang Zhao retracted his gaze, sent a message to Zuiyu and put a "Do Not Disturb" sign outside his room. He then sat before the table, took out a pen and flipped open the notebook he always carried with him. People forgot easily. From the moment a person woke up, the memories within a dream didn't last for more than a few minutes before gradually fading. Only by recording it down would those memories be able to take root in the mind and not be easily forgotten. Zuiyu received Fang Zhao's message. He was used to Fang Zhao's habit of suddenly holding up. As a bodyguard, he had to shoulder this responsibility. Thus, Zuiyu hastily scarfed down a compressed biscuit and went to stand guard outside Fang Zhao's door. A short while later, someone came. This person had been sent by Nadiwuzi. Nadiwuzi had wanted to invite Fang Zhao downstairs to join him for breakfast, but Fang Zhao hadn't replied his message. This person had come to check in person. Zuiyu put on a serious yet courteous face and explained that Fang Zhao was currently composing and shouldn't be disturbed until he came out unless it was something very important. Breaking an artist's moment of inspiration was akin to starting a feud. Upon hearing the explanation, that person no longer said anything. He arranged for some refreshments to be brought over and left hastily. Downstairs, Nadiwuzi was seated at a square table. There were a few other people there as well. He had just sent someone to invite Fang Zhao to have breakfast together. He wanted to introduce a few friends from the music industry to him. A short while later, the person returned, but there was no sign of Fang Zhao. "Where's Fang Zhao? He hasn't gotten up?" someone asked. "He's going through a lot lately. Perhaps he hasn't been sleeping well," Nadewuzi said. The person who had gone upstairs at Nadewuzi's bequest hurriedly replied, "He is up but has locked himself up. His bodyguard says that Fang Zhao has gained some inspiration and doesn't want to be disturbed while composing." Nadewuzi was momentarily astonished before waving his hand to indicate that he understood. "Seems like he's been struck by a composing epiphany. Fang Zhao is rather talented," one of the men at the table said with a chuckle. "He is really capable indeed," Nadewuzi said. "Hey, Nazi, it is rare for Fang Zhao to come here. Haven't you thought about asking Fang Zhao to perform a song or two at your nightclub? Didn't you say that Fang Zhao's guitar playing skills are quite good? There happens to be a program on tonight. If he can come out tonight, let's all have an exchange together," someone else suggested. Currently, Space Nightclub had a special program on every Saturday night where Nadewuzi would invite some friends, reputable performers or bands. Generally, the special guests performing for this program would wear masks and perform a segment with instruments. The singer wouldn't sing, so people wouldn't be able to recognize who they were. The audience could only try guessing who the performers were from the musical style and technique. The majority that came to listen to music at Space were regular customers and had a certain understanding of the music circles. They really loved this game. Every Saturday night, they would always invite a few friends to come over and have drinks while appreciating music. And when it came to this event, the person who guessed wrongly had to foot the bill. It so happened that today was Saturday, and those seated at the table were a reputable rock and roll band from Yenzhou. The band leader and guitarist was a long-time friend of Nadewuzi. The band had originally been invited to the place by Nadewuzi because of their friendship, but they never imagined that Fang Zhao would actually be here. Fang Zhao was too famous. His reputation wasn't just limited to Yenzhou, it was global. Furthermore, he had won the Galaxy Supernova Award and was currently undergoing advanced studies at a prestigious school. As people in the same industry, they were both envious and curious. Way too curious. They were curious about Fang Zhao's personality and abilities. They had listened to Fang Zhao's compositions, which were indeed impressive. Although their band's musical style was different, they could still distinguish whether a piece was good or bad. Even though a master like Mo Lang had acknowledged Fang Zhao's ability, there was too much faking in the industry. At their age, they would always harbor some skepticism until they could personally see and hear Fang Zhao's talent. This was such a rare opportunity, yet Fang Zhao had gone into seclusion. Their paths had crossed, but they had yet to even see his face. God knows how long he would remain in seclusion for. The band also had a long chain of other performance commitments scheduled after this, and Fang Zhao would also have to return to Huangzhou for his studies. Another opportunity to run into Fang Zhao was very unlikely. Thus, there perhaps would never be another chance like this. I wonder if Fang Zhao has changed much after all this time in his studies and whether his style has changed, the band leader seated beside Nadewuzi said. Probably he's better now. He's taking Huangart's 12 tones advanced class. I couldn't get in despite attempting the entrance exams multiple times. Now that you mention this, I feel like I really have to see him in person. Nadewuzi listened to the excited conversation but didn't say anything. Nadewuzi naturally believed in Fang Zhao's ability. However, Fang Zhao mainly composed rather than performed, so it was somewhat different. Besides, Fang Zhao had a lot on his plate recently and was being watched by many. Whether he would be willing to appear and perform in public was up to Fang Zhao himself. He could understand if Fang Zhao wasn't willing. After mulling in silence, Nadewuzi spoke in an exasperatingly slow manner, "Let me ask him when he comes out." If Fang Zhao could come out of his room today, Nadiwuzi would introduce his friend from the band to Fang Zhao and conveniently ask Fang Zhao if he was willing to perform a segment in space. It would be even better if he was willing to show his face. There were Fang Zhao fans among those that came to space to drink and listen to music. It would fulfill the dreams of some regular customers who wished to be closer to their idols. Given Fang Zhao's fame, it would probably bring about considerable popularity to the nightclub. Fang Zhao came out from his room around dinner time. Nadiwuzi hadn't waited for Fang Zhao to have dinner together as he didn't know when Fang Zhao would be out. Upon seeing Fang Zhao, he took the opportunity to introduce his friend's band, explain their idea and ask Fang Zhao whether he was willing to perform a short segment tonight. Fang Zhao thought about it before nodding. All right. When the band members saw Fang Zhao agreeing, they indicated that they were willing to allow Fang Zhao have the opening performance on the midnight stage. Fang Zhao didn't understand Space Nightclub's Saturday program, so Nadiwuzi patiently explained it to him. Fang Zhao's popularity within Yenzhou was well known. If Fang Zhao was willing to reveal his face, Nadiwuzi said that he would bring over more manpower so Fang Zhao wouldn't have to worry about security or harassment from entertainment reporters. It is still a little early for the opening segment. Do you want to practice? Have you thought about which song to play? Nadiwuzi asked. Most of Fang Zhao's works weren't suitable for guitar performances, so he thought that Fang Zhao would choose someone else's song. No worries, Fang Zhao said. I composed a new song today. Playing it on the guitar is fine. Nadiwuzi grinned. Come. I will practice with you. Does this new song have a different style compared to your previous ones? Oh, you didn't bring your guitar. Let me bring you to pick one. I might not have a lot of stuff here, but the one thing I do not lack is guitars. Tell me whichever one catches your fancy. Those band members who had been invited to perform whispered in hushed tones to each other when they saw Nadiwuzi's delighted manner. Nadiwuzi is talking a lot today. He is in a good mood today. I'm in a good mood too. I never imagined we would run into Fang Zhao and hear his new works. But Fang Zhao is a composer. We can't say for sure how his live performance will be until we have seen it. Their global fame was a far cry from Fang Zhao's, but they still had some confidence when it came to space and Yenzhou's pop music circles. They couldn't compete in terms of music composition or the depth of their work, but they had no fear when it came to expressing themselves on space's stage. They had given the opening act to Fang Zhao for two reasons. One was as a sign of goodwill due to his popularity, the second reason was to get a hang of Fang Zhao's ability so they could react appropriately. If Fang Zhao's performance wasn't good, they would perform tactfully to give this young star some face. If Fang Zhao's performance was outstanding, they would also adjust their original plans to not be overshadowed and lose face. Saturdays from 10 p.m. to midnight was the period in space where people would let loose. With catchy rhythms and strong beats, the performances here would incite people to gradually reach a crazed and wild high. People's emotions could be stirred up easily late in the night. Whatever grievances, unhappiness, weariness or concealed helplessness in the day would all come out when people shed their regular daytime personas. Of course, there were also people here who came to drink, listen to music and talk. In a certain VIP box, a webcast host started today's live stream. He live streamed at Space every Saturday mainly for the midnight stage program. It's a little noisy here, can everyone hear me clearly? The webcast host controlled the camera to capture the situation from inside the VIP box. There are really a lot of people here on Saturdays. I wonder who they invited for the midnight stage today. Minors were prohibited from entering. Even university students who were of legal age would find the prices here rather expensive. Once or twice was still alright, but coming here week in and week out would be a huge financial strain. Besides, they wouldn't even be able to afford good spots if they entered. An hour in a VIP box like this could be equivalent to an entire month of living expenses. With such a comparison, it was still more worthwhile to watch the live stream. It was different for the webcast host. He had some financial ability and could book a good spot every time. Having his own space made it convenient to live stream and interact with his audience. People who couldn't watch the performance live came to watch his live stream. As a music webcast host who had made a name for himself in the streaming world, he used professional recording and streaming equipment. Even if the surroundings were very noisy, it wouldn't affect him from being able to interact with live stream audience and fans. In a certain SVIP box, a group of about 7 or 8 were gathered inside. I don't like to brag, but I've been a regular customer for over 2 decades here. Countless invited performers have come and gone. If they have some fame or reputation, I can discern at least 8 out of 10 even with my eyes closed. Masks can't hide them from my golden fiery eyes. You dare brag in front of me? You have only been here listening for 20-odd years. I, on the other hand, have been following this music program for over 4 decades. Singers and performers, new and old, I am even familiar with those with little reputation. Exaggeration. Let's have a competition if you don't believe it. Bring it on. Let's see who is able to guess correctly first. Lend me that new flying transport you just bought to play around with for 3 months if you lose. Heh, who's afraid? I don't want your flying transport if you lose. Hand over your private yacht at Tanzania for 3 months. Sounds good. Hey Ron, you want in? All the others in the booth looked towards the one smoking a cigarette on the sofa. Ron Zach was the same age as Nadewuzi and was Nadewuzi's old classmate. His family was quite well off due, so he had been able to dabble in various instruments from a young age and had set up numerous bands. However, he hurt his hand in an accident sometime later and no longer played the guitar much. However, as a longtime customer of Space, he liked coming to Nadewuzi's nightclub to listen to music. Ron's innate talents could be said to be mediocre in all other aspects, but he really wasn't afraid of anyone when it came to his ability to listen and distinguish sounds. His ears were coined by the Yenzhou Musician Society as the golden ears. He could tell who was lip-singing or using auto-tune right away. Besides that, he had also done extensive research on the styles of all sorts of musical performers and could match the compositions to the right person most of the time. In the past, there had been a singer who had hired someone to write a song on behalf of himself and then passed it off as a self-composition. Ron Zach had exposed this relentlessly on social media and the ensuing brouhaha had lasted for quite a long time. Hearing his friends call him, Ron Zach waved his hands uninterestedly. You all go ahead with the game. I don't bully others. Heh, makes sense. This really wouldn't pose a challenge to you. These are the golden ears that the Yenzhou Musician Society acknowledges. It definitely wouldn't be difficult for Ron. Speaking of ears, I remembered that Fang Zhao was lauded for his godly ears. I wonder how they compare to Ron's. Someone else joined in the laughter. Those are godly ears. Heh, those definitely wouldn't be low, evil. Ron, when are these golden ears of yours due for an upgrade? One was only golden, while the other was praised as godly. They didn't know the standard of godly, but the authoritative media outlets were the ones who had coined this name. Of course, this didn't affect the private discussions between the professionals. Ron looked up and sucked on his cigarette. He exhaled the smoke from his nostrils. Ron would be lying if he said he didn't care. However, his attitude towards Fang Zhao was ordinary mostly because Fang Zhao's works weren't in the same genre he liked. He had to admit that Fang Zhao was outstanding, but whether he liked Fang Zhao's works or not was another matter. Ron hadn't listened to a live concert of Fang Zhao's, so he maintained a reserved stance towards him. That kid Fang Zhao does have some talent. Hearing this insipid tone, the others all knew that Ron didn't particularly enjoy talking about Fang Zhao, so the others no longer pursued the topic. As midnight approached, the venue's lighting began to change. The previously pulsating beats also gradually decreased. Everyone followed the rules here and the venue quietened down. Although the people who were already high stopped for the time being, the intensity in their eyes never dimmed. On the contrary, their anticipation blazed more ferociously with each second and minute that passed. It's almost midnight. I wonder who was invited today. The stage is being cleared, the stage is being cleared. Let's see what they put there. Just a stool. A staffer had moved a patterned stool onto the stage that had just been tidied up. However, no matter how many patterns it had, it was still just a stool. Everyone was waiting to see what else would be added. Would there be any drums or bulkier instruments? But, after a while, there was still only a stool on the stage. There is only a single prop for today's performance. Everyone looked towards the stage expectantly as they counted down the time. At the stroke of midnight, a person holding a guitar walked on stage. On second glance, it was still just one person. Discussion sprouted within the venue. Just one person. Who was the one with insider information saying that it was a band that was invited tonight? I wondered if it was that band that I liked. I booked a 2-hour time slot just for this. Slots inside space were charged by time. Many people came early and waited for a few hours just to see who would be the ones invited tonight. This doesn't seem like a band. Fraud. The information is wrong. But, regardless of whether it was a fraud or not, everyone still looked curiously towards the stage when it was time. The person on stage was wearing ordinary leisure attire. He wore a hood and mask that covered his face so tightly that even his eyes couldn't be seen. The performer could see them through the mask, but they had no way of seeing who it was behind the mask. The eyes offstage scanned this person from his physique, hair color, skin color, and apparel. Not a single detail slipped by them. However, they were still unable to deduce any identifying information. No tattoos, chains, rings or ear studs. The shows aren't limited edition either. Who is this? Although I can't say that I'm a fashion expert, I can tell that this person isn't fashionable. And from what I see, either his hair is too short, or he hasn't done any styling. In my opinion, the dull clothes and the lack of an impressive aura mean it is most likely a has-been. The opinion of many people was that this person on stage didn't have much of a personality. Many public figures, especially those in the entertainment circles, would sport trendy hairstyles in public. However, despite all of the scanner-like gazes, no one in the audience was able to discern any special features. Nobody would have paid this person any attention if not for the fact that this person had appeared on stage. Inside the SVIP booth, those guessing had no clue either. I can't tell. I'll have to analyze his skill and music style before making a better guess. I can't see any distinguishing features from a first look. Fortunately, he doesn't seem nervous. The golden ears of the Yenzhou Musician Society, Ron Zak, was also interested now. Interesting. Nadiwuzi has given everyone quite the conundrum. Given Nadiwuzi's style in handling matters, he wouldn't go as far as to invite someone without any genuine talent or reputation. Could it be a certain big shot who hadn't been active in the industry for a long time? Who was it? Ron pepped himself up as he noticed the person on stage preparing to begin. Fingerstyle. Not strumming. On stage, the masked midnight stage performer's entire aura changed the moment he sat down. An ordinary person had become a firm and substantial statue. He looked quiet yet extremely forceful. Not saying a single sound was emitted, but the emotion still clearly flowed through. The now quiet venue was filled with a prelude that contained a slight air of mystery from the top-notch sound system. The music distinctly permeated every corner of the room. The immersive warm melody gently rose and made the listeners' hearts feel lighter. A blank space appeared in the minds of the listeners. Those who were careless were completely submerged. Amidst the haziness was a tree growing by lake. There was a strange reflection in the lake beneath the tree. It was as if something had been forgotten. A dream? Or an ideal? It was too distant and indistinct. Time elapsed. There was no sound from the tree. Leaves fell gently to the ground. Then, they were picked up by the wind and blown to a faraway and distant place. The leaves made a long journey. They wafted back and forth, wandering around. They completed a full circle and everything lost was regained. The cozy sun shone through the passing clouds in the sky. A warm breeze passed through chatter and laughter in a bustling place and stopped in solitude. Space, time, displacement. Days, years, longing. A leaf floated towards a remote starry sky. Dazzling multicolored particles started to change and warp. One could stand still and look back into the past. The large tree still stood by the lake, still as luxuriant and vigorous as ever. The people smiled beneath the tree. Ron shut his eyes and listened as he felt the peculiar sensation brought by the melody. He clearly hadn't heard it before, yet it felt intimate. It was as though he could hum it the next second, as if it had already long been etched within his soul. The world had become quiet. The cigarette in his hand was still emitting smoke, yet it was completely forgotten at this moment. The atmosphere around him suddenly became clear. There was only the melody in his ears. The fingers of his free hand drummed the table with the beat. The sides of his mouth arched upward into a faint smile. His eyes glistened. The tune was simple yet charming. It stimulated the senses. It evoked a variety of sensations, a familiar longing, a peaceful mind, a contented soul. The guitar strings seemed to have come alive. Every note appeared at the right moment and triggered a myriad of thoughts in the clear-headed listeners. It left behind a realization after an endless time. Words came from the heart but stopped at the mouth. It was plain, clear and peaceful. Ron already couldn't think of why he found himself here. He was simply celebrating being able to listen to this sort of performance. It was moving, simple and pure, like a storyteller recounting a long-forgotten tale on a fine day. The tune wasn't long. It lasted for less than 4 minutes, yet it made listeners feel as though they had traversed through a faraway time and space. No one bothered to study the performer's skill. No one bothered to analyze the tune's style as their thoughts carried them away. At the end of the tune, Ron sighed deeply as he was hauled back to reality by the rapturous applause. Sounds of the world from the outside, reflected from the inside. A real work of art. After so many years of listening to music at space, there were really too few pieces that could be praised as works of art by Ron Zach on the spot. The others in the booth were also stunned by Ron's evaluation. But, at the same time, they were grimacing. They still couldn't guess who it was after listening to the entire song. Upon exchanging glances, they realized, oh, everyone was the same. Ron, can you tell who it is? Someone asked. Ron didn't say anything and fixed his sights on the person on stage. He couldn't tell. But to play out this performance to such an extent definitely meant that this was an original work by that person. And such an expressive performance that could resonate within the souls of the listeners definitely meant that he wasn't an unknown. Could this really be some big shot who had left the music circles many years ago? Under the watchful gazes of the audience, the person on stage stood up and bowed before nimbly pulling down his hood and removing his mask. The venue went crazy when the mask was uncovered. Shrieks and screams erupted as people jumped up and down to get a better look. Fang Zhao. The F***CK. It is Fang Zhao. Hit me quick. Am I hallucinating from having too much to drink? I am actually seeing Fang Zhao here. Some drunk lying on the sofa in a booth opened his eyes and mumbled, I actually dreamt that there were people shouting Fang Zhao's name. Yet another ear-piercing shriek rang out. The recent news had caused quite a stir. And, this was on top of Fang Zhao's previously accumulated popularity. The majority of people in the larger regions of Yenzhou wouldn't make a mistake recognizing Fang Zhao's face. Ron had dropped his cigarette in shock. His eyes were wide open as if he was watching the world crumble. He swallowed and searched for an image of Fang Zhao disbelievingly. He then looked towards the person on stage holding the guitar and couldn't lie to himself any further. It was Fang Zhao. Why is it Fang Zhao? He had also studied Fang Zhao's works before, and there simply hadn't been this kind of style. Furthermore, this sort of expressive ability wasn't something that could be done without decades of training and experience. But he could swear on his golden ears that there definitely wasn't any falsification in this performance. But, why was it Fang Zhao? Countless whys whizzed around in Ron's mind. At the same time, Fang Zhao's movements were quickly circulated through various information channels, and all the entertainment reporters in the city rushed towards space. Online, fans, anti-fans and curious netizens with nothing to do got embroiled in discussions and flame wars. The trending news late at night was out of the ordinary. Reports, complaints and other issues reached a peak within a short time on the social media platform. The automated customer service was jammed and switched to manual. Malfunctions occurred a short while later, and customer service teams and maintenance engineers in Yenzhou were woken up in the middle of the night for overtime. Fang Zhao. You again. Why are you playing the guitar in the middle of the night? Ah. Why are you playing the guitar? Although the customer service teams and maintenance engineers were a little moody, traffic meant wages and overtime meant more pay. Everyone became happy again thinking about the overtime pay. They were rather happy to see celebrities cause trouble, but why did they all like to do so in the middle of the night? What sort of sick habit is that? At space, Fang Zhao finished the song, gave his thanks and left quickly. This wasn't his special performance, and he wanted to leave the stage for tonight's invited band. However, all the band members were feeling a great deal of pressure, as though they had large rocks chained to their feet. They hadn't had a clear idea of Fang Zhao's ability before he started his advanced studies. No one had known how good he was after his studies. But now, they had a clear idea. I knew he was good, but I never imagined he was this good. You can only experience how strong his ability is up close. We can only execute Plan B now. They had previously thought that if Fang Zhao's performance wasn't good enough, they would execute Plan A and perform with a little more restraint to save Fang Zhao some face. If Fang Zhao was too impressive, then they would carry out Plan B to save their own faces. Clearly, it was time for Plan B now. In the future, let's just compare notes with him in private. When will Fang Zhao's graduation concert be held? Where will it be? Let's get a few tickets to attend live. The works in that sort of graduation concert won't all necessarily be made public. The band members also were quite capable and performed out of their minds because of the prior pressure from Fang Zhao. Thus, the venue's atmosphere also became fired up. The influence that Fang Zhao had brought wasn't diluted in the least. At this time, Nadewuzi didn't care about anything else. He had given Fang Zhao his word on keeping him safe and blocking off entertainment reporters and various disturbances. He was determined to see this through. After dealing with some regular customers, he got his men to bring Fang Zhao upstairs to rest. Fang Zhao had already isolated himself for over 10 hours today to compose already. He hadn't had any time to rest before preparing for the midnight stage. Have a good sleep. Don't worry about matters here, I won't let anyone disturb you. Nadewuzi hurriedly left to handle other matters after sending Fang Zhao up. Tonight definitely wouldn't be peaceful. Fang Zhao had only performed for just a short while, and Nadewuzi had already received a great number of calls. Many people coveted Fang Zhao's business value. Some of Nadewuzi's partners and close friends called to make discreet inquiries. A music variety program that Nadewuzi had worked with before inquired whether it was possible for Nadewuzi to rope Fang Zhao onto the program. The appearance fee was negotiable. Nadewuzi had asked Fang Zhao regarding this and was declined. Fang Zhao still had to continue his advanced studies and didn't want to be distracted by participating in too many commercial activities or variety programs. Nadiwuzi also understood that Fang Zhao showing his face in his nightclub was him repaying a favor. Would Fang Zhao even be lacking name recognition? Suiyu didn't plan on getting any sleep tonight. He looked out the window at the street below and saw many entertainment reporters camped outside. Who knew how many more people had entered Space Nightclub downstairs? He had to guarantee Fang Zhao's safety. Those men Nadiwuzi had sent over were after all outsiders. As Fang Zhao's true bodyguard, he couldn't let himself fall behind. Standing guard outside the room door, Suiyu browsed the latest news online. Indeed, all sorts of trending topics pertaining to Fang Zhao were revealed with just a tap. Hashtag Fang Zhao's nightclub fingerstyle hashtag. Hashtag Fang Zhao's godly tune hashtag. Hashtag true artist hashtag. There was also a segment from the live stream of Fang Zhao's performance as well as snippets of noisy videos taken from different angles in the venue which led to a wave of disputes. I just saw the edited video from a certain webcast host. All I can see is that it is so. Give me an effects synthesizer, and I can also play something like this. Me plus effects synthesizer equals Fang Zhao. See, with this, the difference isn't that great. Not exaggerating, but when it comes to strumming skill, there would already be at least 10 people from my school alone who wouldn't lose to Fang Zhao. As someone who watched the full thing live, all I see are you all trying to be pretentious. Those who weren't there would find it very difficult to imagine that sort of feeling of transcendence and loss of control of your body. Perhaps that is the difference. I finally understand the reason why so many people prefer listening to live music. It is truly only up close where you can experience that strong expressive power. Fang Zhao being able to reach such heights today is really no fluke. There are already people who have uploaded their strumming covers. After listening to so many covers, it has to be admitted that there are many impressive people. All of these are played really well, and there are people who even pick difficult songs to show off their technical ability. However, it still isn't the same. Those who listened to it live felt a peculiar infectiousness that cannot be replicated. This isn't an exaggeration. Indeed, the tempo looks stable, but the creative concept is very difficult to express. Therefore, would the person on top stop boasting? You wouldn't be able to produce it even with an effects synthesizer. Is the technical aspect as easy as you all say it is? I've tried it already. The harmony is really difficult, and the timing is hard to grasp. I can't even strum it smoothly, let alone even worry about the creative concept. Fang Zhao still has a strong foundation in terms of technique. What is important is his expressive ability that cannot be replicated. The tune is indeed mystical. Unfortunately, I didn't have the chance to experience it live. Yeah, Zhao God isn't like a certain someone who only knows how to flaunt his technique on stage but can't display his inner qualities. Hey, don't bash others if we are talking about Fang Zhao. We can't compare others this way. Their styles are different, and their artistic expressions are different as well. Some value concept, others value form. Some works value the melody, while others value the tempo. Let's not talk about technique, artistic concept and whatnot. What I want to know is the name of this tune that Fang Zhao played. I used a music recognition software, but it wasn't able to produce a name. While the netizens were arguing, entertainment reporters who had rushed over were stopping customers coming out of space. Ron hadn't been the only one caught up and deeply affected by Fang Zhao's tune. Some people didn't stay and left space after Fang Zhao left the stage. A journalist from Chian Morning Post was in the vicinity and hurried over when they received the news. They didn't enter space and instead camped outside to pick their targets. This was a good opportunity concerning Fang Zhao, who always seemed to generate a lot of news. If they couldn't find Fang Zhao, interviewing others was fine too. They just needed to gather and edit some material and it would be ready for the morning paper. Noticing a few men come out of the nightclubs with their arms around each other's shoulders, the journalist hurried over. With one look, the journalist could tell that these people had had a lot to drink. It was good if they were drunk. Inebriated people spoke more freely without qualms and generally had a high degree of truth. The journalist went over and probed a little. He found out that these people had come over for a small gathering. They had graduated 30 years ago and had gotten back together for a class reunion. "Did you all listen to Fang Zhao's song too?" the journalist asked. That drunk man who was asked this question inhaled sharply. "Yeah, it's a wakes you up from any sort of tiredness kind of song." Suddenly hearing such an expressive song was simply Emimichem. The journalist's eyes were glowing. Killer. The drunk man started to bawl again. He was drunk, and his brain couldn't function that well. He also had no idea why, but he just felt like crying. It was as if a deluge of sentiments buried deep down for a long time was finally being set free. The handful of grown men hugged in a circle and bawled together like they were suddenly upset by something. They had tears and mucus rolling down their faces. The journalist silently let them pass. They were an upright publication and only reported according to standards. His boss had just said yesterday that they had to uphold an honorable attitude and not fabricate or publish content blindly, unlike those entertainment reporters who embellished reports for the sake of attracting views. Although they had taken the opportunity to come here for interviews, they still had to do it the proper way. Very clearly, the ones who had just been interviewed had painted an exaggerated scene with untruths. It didn't follow the high standards of Chian Morning Post. He needed to interview someone more sober. There were so many people coming out from space, so there wasn't a need to take the words of that group of people seriously. The journalist scanned space's leaving crowd and picked a person. Emimichem, this person seems very sober. Seems to be in high spirits too. He will surely cooperate for an interview. The journalist had confidence now and strode over to stop that person. "Did you listen to Fang Zhao's performance just now?" the journalist asked. "Yeah. Did you like it?" "Loved it." "Then, in your opinion, what sort of standard is Fang Zhao's song at?" "What standard?" That man appeared puzzled. "Right, meaning, in your heart, what level do you think this song is at?" That person thought hard. "Air purifier level." Journalist. That man patted his own chest. I feel like all the dust and haze has been expelled." Journalist. This person is definitely a Fang Zhao fanatic. Fanatics were no good. They weren't in compliance with the professional standards of their Chian Morning Post. That man didn't care what the journalist was thinking. He maintained a deeply moved expression and sheepish smile as he pushed past the journalist and hummed a tune as he walked over to his taxi. As the journalist exhaled sharply, his assistant beside him asked feebly, "Are we still doing interviews?" "Yes." The journalist's picky gaze scanned the crowd meticulously. In no time, he chose a person who looked to be calm and steady. This person would definitely be neutral. The reporter went over and inquired about this person's evaluation of Fang Zhao's performance tonight. That person didn't decline the interview and even replied seriously, "Evaluation? It's a very good composition. There was grief and also beauty. My sentiments were enriched as I listened to it. I saw some people crying. Did you feel sad after listening to it?" "Not sad." "Melancholic?" "Not melancholic." "Happy?" "Not happy either." The journalist stared at that face that lacked emotion. "Which part of your emotions were enriched?" "Then you were." The journalist refused to give up. The interviewee maintained a stoic face of profound mystery. "You won't understand." Journalist. That sort of sublimation of the mental state. Listening to it and returning to write a thesis would feel like an atonement. Journalist. Poisonous. Fang Zhao didn't know about the views regarding him. He received a call from Mo Lang after he entered his room. It was already morning in Huangzhou. Mo Lang had been notified by his assistant about Fang Zhao's matter in Yenzhou the moment he got up. He had originally thought that Fang Zhao had returned to Yenzhou to assist in the investigations. He never expected that Fang Zhao would still be able to cause a commotion. This worried the old master so much that he had to anxiously call and ask about it. Sigh. Indeed, the most worry-free time was when Fang Zhao was still under quarantine at Whale Island. Fang Zhao explained this matter to Mo Lang. Mo Lang revealed a satisfied smile and continued, "Hurry up and return after you are done with things at Yenzhou. You are still undertaking advanced studies. Don't go applying for leave all the time. It's fine this time since it is a friend's invitation, but it is best to not participate in too many of those commercial entertainment programs. You still have the Fiery Bird endorsement, and you don't lack money, so there isn't any rush to endorse others." "Aha, got it," Fang Zhao said. "That's good. The song you performed was a new composition." "It was not bad indeed. However, it isn't suitable to be included in your graduation concert." Mo Lang analyzed the pros and cons for Fang Zhao. Academics had their own academic standards, and graduate concert pieces had their own auditing guidelines. He worried that Fang Zhao was too young and would be easily swayed, so he felt the need to re-emphasize certain important things. Mo Lang felt gratified seeing that Fang Zhao's attitude was sincere and didn't say much more. However, before he hung up, he asked, "Oh right, what was the name of the song you played?" "A Journey Through Time." The old era, the period of destruction, and the new era spanned an inconceivable amount of time. Many things of the past had already been forgotten by Fang Zhao, and the school badge had reminded him of many of these things. Ants on the ground, stars in the sky, masses of common people. Situated at an unconventional passage, Fang Zhao could only move forwards. However, memories would occasionally open doors back to the past and let him see even more of those memories that had long been forgotten, as well as changes, secrets, and vicissitudes of time. He thought he had only remembered the ruins, wreckage, and destruction of the period of destruction. He never imagined that he would be able to clearly remember the Chinese parasol tree that had stood outside the classroom, swaying in the breeze. Fang Zhao glanced at the school badge stored inside the box. He tidied up a little and didn't head to sleep immediately. He was in a good state. The time was suitable for making some revisions. Fang Zhao hung a "Do Not Disturb" sign outside his door and flipped open his notebook. Then, he began making amendments to his graduation concert pieces. Nadewuzi, who had finished with his own matter, came over and saw the "Do Not Disturb" sign and fell silent. Is inspiration so easy to come by? Is it the difference of innate talent, or am I really growing old? Nadewuzi didn't sleep very well that night. He had already settled matters at the nightclub, but he would still receive phone calls every once in a while. Most of them were the sort that couldn't reject it. This was also the first time that Nadewuzi experienced Fang Zhao's influence in Yenzhou. Now, Fang Zhao was a true power celebrity. Nadewuzi believed that Fang Zhao's commercial value would continue to rise. After all, Fang Zhao had ability, luck, and youth. It's good to be young. Nadewuzi sighed wearily. He felt that his own innate talent wasn't too far off from Fang Zhao's. Indeed, age was his problem. His mind was no longer as lively, and he couldn't keep up in spirit. However, Nadewuzi chuckled when he thought about the many others in Yenzhou who wouldn't be able to sleep as well. Just this one performance by Fang Zhao late at night had stolen the limelight from so many people. Those who wanted some media attention would definitely be gritting their teeth. Why isn't this fellow still not leaving? When will he be returning back to school? Actually, Fang Zhao really had no plans to stay too long in Yenzhou. He had returned this time to assist with investigations. Despite not gaining much from the investigations, the matter was over now. Fang Zhao didn't have too much else to attend to in the short term, and he wasn't in a rush to look for a new place. After staying at Nadiwuzi's for another 2 days and rejecting invitations from many parties, Fang Zhao returned back to Huangzhou to continue his studies. Fang Zhao had left Yenzhou, but more people were coming to space. Fang Zhao isn't here, but perhaps there might be other surprises. Thus, for a long time after, space experienced full houses every Saturday night. Many people couldn't enter without advance reservations as there were too many people in the limited space at the nightclub. Nadiwuzi had his own famum, but it was limited to a small circle within Yenzhou. After Fang Zhao's performance in his nightclub, the name, Space, became even more well-known and even became a trending topic. There were bands, singers and performers who voluntarily contacted Nadiwuzi to express their interest in performing at Space. Nadiwuzi never imagined that giving away a school badge that wasn't worth much would actually earn him such great benefits. Elsewhere in Yenzhou, by a seaside villa, someone was watching Fang Zhao's space performance video over and over. How astonishing! Never imagined that he would actually be that sort of all-around talent. The one speaking had a unique voice. He had been a hugely popular singer in the past. However, he hadn't produced any outstanding works in the past 2 years, and his popularity had cooled. His manager beside him was also watching the video attentively. We should consider paying special attention to Fang Zhao. I have studied all of his compositions. He is someone who possesses a scary ability to learn. Before, I could more or less see his approximate development direction. But, I totally can't see it now. In this year of advanced studies, he has grasped a lot of elements, and his style has undergone many changes. There is no way of determining what sort of style he will release next. So, what are you suggesting? We can go take a look when Fang Zhao's graduation concert comes around. If there are any suitable compositions, we can purchase them and revise them for you to sing. Perhaps they can become the start of your comeback. At the same time, on a certain vacation island, an old man was seated on a lounge chair while talking to a good friend over the phone. Have you seen the video I sent you? The other party asked. Yeah, this kid Fang Zhao is really impressive. So, are you interested? How about we attend this kid's graduation concert when the time comes? Alright, we can call upon old Mo at the same time. I haven't seen him all these years. I wonder if he still has that horrible temper. Then you better remember it. Don't throw the 12 tones invitation into the trash. Got it, got it. After ending the call, the old man clicked his tongue as he opened Fang Zhao's performance video that his friend had sent him. Have the kids now all become so impressive? There were similar conversations in the various continents and other places. Fang Zhao didn't know that so many people were closely tracking his own graduation concert. After returning to Huangzhou, he quickly fell back into the pace of his advancement studies. He had to attend lectures, gain new knowledge, revise his thesis, and amend his compositions. On top of these, Fang Zhao was also rather concerned about the issue with curly hair. Because curly hair hadn't learned to control his speech, Fang Zhao had decreased the frequency of bringing him out. Even when they went out on walks, curly hair didn't bark or make a sound. He was afraid of dropping some human speech if he got excited. That would definitely be scary. If he was caught, curly hair would probably be sent to a laboratory. Nan Feng, who didn't know the truth, even joked when he saw curly hair's transformation. It is said that dogs that bark don't bite. Now that curly hair doesn't bark, does that mean he'll start to bite people? Fang Zhao would also teach curly hair how to speak in the dormitory. He downloaded a kid's phonetics curriculum for curly hair, but progress wasn't great. After some time, curly hair was opposed to the phonetics curriculum. Fang Zhao wondered if this little thing needed some motivation. Hadn't curly hair talked because he was anxious that his gaming helmets could be stolen? There was an artificial intelligence sales exhibition targeted for home and school use currently being held at the Huangart campus. All sorts of items such as personal terminals, game consoles and household robots were on sale. Fang Zhao went over after his lecture. There were still many students in classes, so the exhibition hall wasn't very crowded. Fang Zhao scanned his surroundings and looked towards the game console section. There was a mother and child there. The mother probably wanted to buy the child a present. For a birthday present, a learning console would be suitable. It has educational games. The mother wanted to go to the learning console section, but the little child was holding onto the game console display cabinet and wasn't letting go. It seemed like he was about to cause a scene. At that moment, the little child wailed towards his parent, "Are you a monster?" The child leaned on the game console display and refused to look at the neighboring learning consoles. He refused to move and stood there stubbornly. As he sulked, the child heard his mother shout, "Quick, the snowman ice cream next door is almost sold out." Child. His last stand collapsed at the first blow. Fang Zhao watched as the child was conned by his mother to get an ice cream before she purchased the learning console. The child kept turning back to look at the game consoles longingly as they left. Fang Zhao walked over. The eyes of the staffer at the game console section lit up when he saw Fang Zhao. He took 2 steps forward only to see Fang Zhao walk past the displays. Fang Zhao stood before the learning console showcase and assessed the various learning consoles. There were helmet types that weren't too different from gaming helmets, except they were smaller. Other models were also readily available. The staffer recognized Fang Zhao and was puzzled by Fang Zhao browsing learning consoles. They had never heard of Fang Zhao being married. Unless it had been a secret wedding. Or perhaps he was buying a present for a friend or a relative's kid. All sorts of guesses were going through his head, but he still smiled warmly and inquired what Fang Zhao needed. He was the manager of this exhibition at Huangart and wouldn't wantonly divulge any secrets. Huangart didn't have much, but they had many celebrities. Fang Zhao inquired about the usage and functionality of a few learning helmets, and the staffer patiently explained them to him. Fang Zhao didn't purchase anything before leaving. However, Fang Zhao wanted to pay a consultation fee because the staffer had answered many detailed questions. But, the staffer didn't accept it and instead asked Fang Zhao to autograph a learning console which he intended to gift to his niece. With the autographed console in hand, the display exhibit in charge thanked Fang Zhao. "Thank you, Zhao God. My entire family loves you very much." As the staffer carefully placed the learning console inside a gift box, he thought to himself, "With this autograph, my dear niece won't sneakily throw the learning console away, right?" When Fang Zhao returned to his dormitory, Curly Hair was making whining sounds while observing the speech curriculum. He was whimpering and hadn't yet learned how to control his speech. Fang Zhao eyed him and knew right away that this dog had surely been sleeping right before he had come home. He was only now pretending to be learning attentively after he had heard the sounds of activity. It looked like Curly Hair was watching the screen attentively, but he was casting sneaky glances at Fang Zhao from time to time. Fang Zhao pondered for a moment and gestured with his hand. Curly Hair immediately came over while wagging his tail and acting lovable. He placed his paws on Fang Zhao's legs. "Curly Hair." Fang Zhao patted the dog's head and said, "When you have learned to speak, control your speech, and distinguish between human speech and dog barks, I will give you a custom-made helmet that can connect to the internet." Upon hearing this, Curly Hair's ears sprang up. Custom-made helmet? Connect to the internet? He was simply so excited he couldn't breathe. Curly Hair's eyes were shimmering brightly. Fang Zhao met the curly-haired dog's gaze and nodded. "I mean what I say. When you meet all of these requirements, I will buy you a custom-made helmet and permit you to access the internet. With your ability, learning all of this definitely won't be difficult." The pair of dog eyes burned with an intense passion upon receiving confirmation yet again. For the sake of his custom-made helmet and his excitement for internet access, Curly Hair was fired up. It was as if he had found a new purpose in life. Fang Zhao smiled kindly as he observed the now hardworking Curly Hair. "Heh, a gamer dog indeed." For the first helmet in his dog life, curly hair actually worked extremely hard to change. Fang Zhao's dormitory had a new display cabinet where those few gaming helmets were now kept. Curly hair used this display cabinet to motivate himself. Whenever he felt vexed and didn't want to learn, he would go stare at Fang Zhao's display cabinet to regain the drive once again. After his Yenzhou home had been burglarized, Fang Zhao moved some of his items. That rabbit and the gaming helmets were all brought over to the dormitory. This had been a vehement request by Nanfeng. He felt uneasy if he couldn't keep an eye on them in person, so he came over every day to look at them. As for the other stuff, great-grandfather Fang suggested keeping them at the retirement facility. He would definitely be able to help Fang Zhao look after them well, especially those awards and prizes that Fang Zhao had won. Thus, Fang Zhao assigned Yan Biao to drive over and deliver those things. With an incentive to spur him on, curly hair's progress was satisfactory. He progressed from muffled sounds at the beginning to faintly discernible words and finally to properly enunciating individual words. These changes all happened within a week. His ability to control his speech improved tremendously. All that was left was getting used to knowing when to use human speech and when to bark like a dog. Curly hair hadn't been too enthusiastic towards talking originally and perhaps hadn't really put in effort to change. But now, Fang Zhao dangled a carrot before him, and this dog had become proactive all of a sudden. The changes over these few days were really drastic. This made Fang Zhao contemplate a lot and even guess whether curly hair's changes were linked to his desires. Or perhaps, he changed slowly, but an intense desire could make him change even more rapidly. For example, he had eaten someone on Whale Island. And now he could communicate through human speech. Although Fang Zhao still didn't know how curly hair had eaten a grown man without leaving any trace, Fang Zhao didn't doubt its authenticity. Curly hair couldn't describe the process though Fang Zhao had asked. His reply given had been very simple: open mouth, swallow. Ate it because I felt like it. This was an unknown species that needed proper guidance and a degree of control. On this day, Fang Zhao returned from classes and listened to curly hair practice speaking. It was no longer the perfunctory sort. That dog was really serious about it. Chicken thigh, gophers, beef. Curly hair had completed the day's phonetics exercises. He was currently reading a short excerpt with emotion. Then, curly hair excitedly showed his A+ evaluation results to Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao. I have already gotten A+ 4-5 days in a row. Yesterday, my performance while out walking was very good too. I didn't mistakenly mix up human and dog speech. Can I get the helmet now? Curly hair's large eyes were brimming with expectation. Fang Zhao took a look at his results today and nodded. I can place the order. Curly hair's speech still couldn't be considered especially smooth, and he had a limited vocabulary. Fortunately, he didn't have that sort of stiffness from the beginning. The high-frequency machine-like tone no longer appeared, and he could indeed start the next step. Fang Zhao opened the online order web page for learning consoles. He had already saved the web page when he had asked the manager of the sales exhibition. Now, it seemed like curly hair had achieved the most basic requirements. Fang Zhao opened up the saved order web page. After choosing the model, there were many components that could be selected and added. The buyer could also choose designs and colors according to their own preferences. Take a look and choose your colors and design. What do you want to inscribe? Curly hair wagged his tail and came over. This was the first helmet he would get in his dog life. Curly hair referenced the few gaming helmets in Fang Zhao's display cabinet when selecting the designs and added on his paw and teeth prints before engraving 2 words, curly hair. After he was done, Fang Zhao submitted the order for manufacture and made the payment. All that remained was receiving it. There was a queue for the helmet to be custom-made, so the earliest Fang Zhao could receive it was in 2 days. When Fang Zhao received the helmet from express delivery and brought it back to the dormitory, curly hair was already waiting by the door. After Fang Zhao removed the packaging, the words on the box were revealed. Curly Hair's dog face stiffened. Learning console. What is a learning console? Why isn't it a game console? There isn't even a fiery bird insignia. He suddenly had an ominous premonition. Why does it look exactly like a game console? Curly Hair tilted his head and looked at the product's name on the box. He was puzzled. Fang Zhao's expression was unchanging. They are cousins. There aren't only gaming helmets. There are learning consoles as well. We have to progress step by step, Fang Zhao told Curly Hair. Learning console, gaming console, personal terminal. This is a process we have to follow. At present, you have to use the learning console first. We can proceed to a game console depending on your performance. Although this learning console was a little different from what Curly Hair had expected, the game console and smart personal terminal were too attractive to this dog. It was just like a huge bone dangling before him that he could only reach by biting through all the small bones blocking the way. As for right now, the learning console was fine. Can games be played? Curly Hair asked. Yes. Can it link to the internet? Yes. Curly Hair was happy again and circled the box, urging Fang Zhao to open it. He wanted to see his first ever helmet that belonged to himself. Even if this was only a cousin of the game console, Curly Hair wouldn't dislike it. For a dog that was permitted to access the internet, even a learning console would delight him. When the learning console with Curly Hair's paw prints and name engraved on it was taken out from the box, Curly Hair cuddled it. Similar to those 3 gaming helmets, Curly Hair had his own imprinting method. Back then, Curly Hair had known those gaming helmets were being stolen because he had bound the display cabinet rather than the gaming helmet to himself. Thus, he had been able to sense the items within the cabinet being moved. The process was somewhat fuzzy, staring, then binding possibility, then binding complete. Curly Hair was adept at this now and bound his own helmet to himself. After binding, he started his learning console journey. Fang Zhao let him use the learning console to learn more vocabulary. The learning console provided a certain degree of freedom when it came to searches. Indeed, it was a certain degree. After all, it was essentially still a learning console. Even though it could access the internet, there were age limitations. After a guardian set restrictions, content for certain ages and above became inaccessible. In short, only content for minors could be accessed. Curly Hair put on the learning console, entered studying mode and used the search bar to search for phrases related to dogs. Fang Zhao still required him to practice phonetics, however, unlike previously, he now had greater freedom with the learning console. Curly Hair looked at the displayed words and read them. A dog's threat is based on its master's power, a cornered dog will jump walls, 1. Chinese idioms that contain the word dog. Fang Zhao watched from the side for a bit before doing his own stuff. From time to time, he would check on how Curly Hair was doing. Purchasing a learning console was also a form of restriction. Fang Zhao had to watch this unknown creature a little more closely to prevent him from going astray or being overly free to do as he pleased. Without restrictions, he reckoned that this dog would even fly. After observing for 2 days, Fang Zhao discovered that Curly Hair didn't show any signs of rejection towards the learning console. Perhaps he had special sentiments for it being the first helmet, or perhaps he didn't encounter any difficulties and thought that learning was just like playing. The learning console had new material every day and had tests based on progress. The educational games and tests were given the standard A, B, C grades. Curly Hair did very well on puzzles and crosswords, frequently scoring A+. On the other hand, he wasn't very good with riddles and logic games, sometimes getting results from B to C-. However, he was still very interested in them. All these only counted as in-curriculum games that the learning console provided after completing each module as a recap. However, when Fang Zhao asked Curly Hair about his experience using the learning console, Curly Hair replied, "I still like game consoles better. Then you just have to work harder, Fang Zhao replied. What do I have to do? First, you have to graduate from secondary school. Of course, it was impossible for Curly Hair to go to school. There was no need for a graduation certificate. The learning console had pre-installed settings. What Fang Zhao wanted was for Curly Hair to reach the graduation standard for secondary school. Curly Hair learned extremely quickly, but Fang Zhao discovered that this dog frequently went overboard. Curly Hair preferred to learn science, history, geography and other subjects quickly. However, his language was atrocious. Sometimes, Curly Hair was like a high-speed calculator with astonishing data processing and memory that even a human brain couldn't keep up with. Furthermore, his calculation speed was increasing. After earning an A+ on a math test, Curly Hair wagged his tail and hopped around, enjoying his glorious dog life. However, he was stumped on reading comprehension, making him doubt this dog life. Rote memorization was fine, but when it came to reading and compositions, Curly Hair wilted. Curly Hair already found modern texts difficult enough. Ancient texts were simply demonic. After getting yet another C evaluation in succession, Curly Hair cried, "Reading comprehension is too hard, wah. I am only a dog, why do I have to learn all this? My dog brain can't understand the way these scholars think. The sentiments they try to convey are so difficult to understand. How would I even know what they are trying to express?" Curly Hair didn't want to study all this. He felt there wasn't a need because he was only a dog. There was no need to go to school or any real need to get a graduation certificate. What was the point of studying literature? To this dog's cries over why he should study literature, Fang Zhao replied strictly, "To better survive in human society." Fang Zhao hoped that Curly Hair could better understand the thinking of human society through the process of all the studying. The goal was to be able to distinguish good words from malicious talk, to understand insinuation, sarcasm and beating around the bush in order to not get tricked. Wasn't there a "without knowing how to speak and write, one can't go far nor exist long" in the teaching material you were reading yesterday? Therefore, you still have to learn even if you don't like it. Go through the recommended books every week and read through them slowly. Curly Hair read books very quickly just like his brain did calculations, but unlike people, he couldn't view things with the same logic. After being lectured, Curly Hair mulled over everything Fang Zhao had mentioned, especially the line, "to better survive in human society." It was etched into his mind. Curly Hair felt that this sentence was extremely important and that he had to understand it carefully. After pondering for half the day, he understood it. Curly Hair reckoned he finally understood the meaning of what Fang Zhao's line was trying to convey. After learning all this, he could act like a person online. For example, he could use the in-game mic when playing games. Curly Hair worked even harder in order to advance from his learning console to a game console. However, there were some things such as reading comprehension and writing essays that were really too difficult to learn. Curly Hair wasn't even able to obtain a C each time and didn't know whether he was making any progress. After yet another test, Curly Hair had to defend himself when Fang Zhao checked his learning progress. "I feel I have made great progress. Not far from a C now." Because of this sentence, Fang Zhao changed the grading system to score from 100 marks. On the next day's test, Curly Hair's reading comprehension received a grade of 21 marks. He wasn't even able to meet the passing criteria of 50 out of 100 marks. The weather was fine. Nanfeng and Zhuyu had been looking at a few houses for Fang Zhao and came over to report their findings. Upon entering the dormitory, Nanfeng saw Curly Hair crouching in the corner with his head drooped. There were clearly tear marks beneath his dog eyes. "Why is our little Curly Curls crying again?" Nanfeng was about to say, "Did you receive a scolding again?" but caught sight of Fang Zhao from the corner of his eyes and changed his tune. "Feeling heaty again? Here, have some fruits." Nanfeng then brought out a paper box filled with little fruits. He saw Fang Zhao looking over and explained hastily, got them from the fruit store outside of Huangart. I asked already, dogs can also eat these fruits. They are rather cheap too. One box only cost $21. Curly Hair cried even harder. With that, Nan Fong could only have Zhuyu bring Curly Hair out for a walk. If the dog wasn't in a mood, walking one round would make him feel better. If that wasn't enough, then 2 rounds was needed. As for everything else, what could he say as an assistant? Whoever paid the wages was the boss. Curly Hair didn't seem to be in better spirits after walking 2 rounds. However, the dejection of scoring 21 marks was quickly forgotten when he regained his self-confidence after taking a math test at night. The learning console also had reference books compiled by various teachers of various continents. Unless the user loved doing questions, most students would simply have psychological scars from those reference books. Curly Hair had similar sentiments, but his were slightly more complicated. Practice questions in the sciences were a piece of cake. He could do 10 sets of science practice questions in the same time he took for a reading comprehension question. Even then, he might get the reading comprehension question wrong. After Curly Hair finished the primary school curriculum, Fang Zhao looked through Curly Hair's grades. Curly Hair scored close to full marks on math and science. The only blip on his report card was a narrow pass on language, but overall, it was good enough for him to start the secondary school curriculum. To celebrate graduating primary school and being one step closer to his own personal terminal, Curly Hair happily devoured 5 kilograms of dog food. Secondary school curriculum was more complicated. Fang Zhao added some money to the account to purchase some of the online classes. After watching a few videos, Curly Hair chose the online classroom of a very popular teacher. The microphone was also turned on. Sometimes, students would have questions. Of course, there were also students unwilling to turn on their mics and would just type questions out in text. This type of classroom mode was rather novel to Curly Hair. This was the first time in his dog life that he was acting as a human. He needed to be on his best behavior. Curly Hair pretended that he was a secondary school student and started his journey of attending online classes. However, this unique student still gave teachers some headaches. For example, when a certain teacher that specialized in tackling test and examinations questions said, encountering a tough question is like a stumbling block in the middle of a road. How would you go about solving it? Curly Hair, eat it up. Can this student please be more serious? As the other online students roared with laughter, the teacher took note of the online student ID, Little Curly Curls. Afterwards, Curly Hair felt that the stuff this teacher taught was too simple, so he went over to the next classroom and stumped the teacher with his questions. He wasn't purposely causing trouble. Even though he asked seriously, the kind of questions he asked were either from unorthodox perspectives or were beyond the scope of the syllabus. For students, those that could stump teachers by asking questions had a cool halo in the eyes of others. Some students also took note of Little Curly Curls. But, this bookworm seemed to not like accepting friend requests. It wasn't that Curly Hair was unwilling to add friends. Rather, he remembered what Fang Zhao had said. No adding friends before graduating from university or scoring at least 85 out of 100 for a language examination. Fang Zhao was worried Curly Hair would reveal his identity in a fit of carelessness. The teacher of this classroom didn't know this. He had spent the past few days studying this student who had asked many crafty questions. Although there was a voice, the student couldn't be seen. The voice sounded young, and the questions were sometimes very naive. Nonetheless, there would surely be a vile and sinister face behind this innocence. A wide mouth and sharp teeth were just waiting to bite a huge chunk of his flesh. Some people were just the best at pretending to be innocent. Don't think you can deceive me. A question-solving genius? He didn't believe it. How could there be so many geniuses in the world? If this were really a genius, he would have been snatched up long ago. Those at schools weren't stupid. Nowadays, every continent and district were competing for talents. There was no way such a talent would use a learning consoles platform to attend classes. Therefore, it definitely had to be a professional troll. This sort of situation was commonplace. Currently, competition among online classes was intense. Mutual sabotage occurred frequently. He reckoned that surely this ID had been sent by someone from the same industry. He couldn't keep this fellow any longer. Right now, what he needed was to think of a reason to kick this person out of the classroom. After another round of questions left him stumped, the teacher sent a private message to Curly Hair. The main idea was this: you are already very impressive. I have nothing more to teach you. I can recommend you a teacher, for example XXX, Link. Since you have only attended half of the scheduled classes, I will refund you the remaining half. Don't bring me down. If you want to harm others, then go ahead, the teacher thought to himself. Curly Hair was also surprised when he saw the message. This teacher is really great. Introducing a new teacher and even giving a refund. Woo! The refunded money could be used to buy dog food. Curly Hair felt that this transaction was rather worthwhile and agreed to leave the original classroom. He even sent a red packet to that teacher as thanks when he left the classroom. It was mentioned in literature that one must respect their teachers. That teacher was thinking of agreeing to a full refund if the other party didn't agree. He could only count himself unfortunate this time. He never imagined that the other party would really agree. When he glanced at the classroom's online enrollees, he no longer saw little curly curls. There was even a virtual red packet attached to the private message that wrote, "Thank you teacher. You are a really good person." The teacher. Is there poison in this red packet? Curly Hair didn't know what the former teacher was imagining. After exiting the classroom, Curly Hair clicked on the link the previous teacher had recommended and entered another online classroom. The new classroom mainly targeted the upper secondary students. There were many people in this online classroom, and more than half had been attracted by the teacher's background and experience at a university that had many essays and lots of lecture videos. A large portion of the introductory web page displayed various awards and honors the teacher had received. These online classes were just a part-time job for him. Parents were very satisfied with the awards and honors of this teacher, but students were different. They felt that listening to this teacher's lessons was very tiring. Every lesson touched on complex knowledge that left them blank and unable to keep up, especially when the teacher threw out complicated and rare jargon that wasn't in their secondary school textbooks. Every concept and formula required a lot of time to absorb. There were also many questions that combined the covered material. The students simply couldn't keep up when the teacher spoke too quickly. However, for Curly Hair, such content was easy to receive. Thus, after adapting for 2 days, Curly Hair once again started to hunger for more knowledge and had a debate with the teacher over his question response that was marked wrong. After that, on his 3rd day at this new class, Curly Hair was kicked. The teacher had forcibly kicked him out of the classroom and left a message. "I will return the money. Leave." Curly Hair left rather happily. "You are a really great teacher for teaching without accepting payment," Fang Zhao said. The newly released New Reading compilation has good short essays. Go take a look at the first 10. As before, Curly Hair still couldn't distinguish certain words and sentences. He was also unable to perceive some words with derogatory connotation. However, speech was fine for him. Outside, Curly Hair could listen to someone's tone, mood and body language to determine whether the other party had any malicious intent. However, Curly Hair was still particularly sluggish when facing written words. While Curly Hair drooped his head and analyzed the short essays, Fang Zhao received a call from Mo Lang. The dissertation committee list has already been finalized. The time slot to defend your thesis will also be set in the next few days. According to the sequence of submitted applications, you will be the first. Prepare early. There was still time before the dissertation. However, Fang Zhao was the first postgraduate from the Advanced Studies course to defend his dissertation. Furthermore, there could also be pressure from various other sources, so Mo Lang was worried whether Fang Zhao would be nervous. It was easy to make mistakes during the dissertation defense if one was nervous. Thus, he had informed Fang Zhao beforehand so that Fang Zhao would be able to mentally prepare himself. Fang Zhao wasn't nervous. The dissertation touched upon his thesis that was completely written by himself. Points that needed to be taken note of had already been discussed with Mo Lang already. Fang Zhao was sufficiently prepared. Mo Lang then analyzed the dissertation committee chairperson and the members of the committee before hanging up. Fang Zhao brought up his virtual calendar and checked his schedule. Nan phone would indicate if there were any new work-related matters or things to take notice of. However, there was a period coming up without any events. Many people knew that Fang Zhao would be defending his dissertation. They wouldn't seek him out if it wasn't anything important. Other small matters could be handled by Nan Feng on his own. Fang Zhao marked out a row of dates on the calendar. This would probably be the period where he would defend his dissertation. While he was doing so, he received another call notification. Fang Zhao picked up the call and had yet to speak when the other party shouted, "Hello, Fang Zhao. It's me, Samayed." Fang Zhao. What sort of stimulation had this Zero child received recently? Do you like this video? Let me know by giving it a thumbs up and leaving a comment below. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell to stay updated on my future uploads.